going better than Monday. So that's the great news. We are live on Twitch. Yes. Just real quick, almost done. This is going much better. Let me just get us live on YouTube. Tap the screen. Let's get to 25K, and then I will be right back, and we will get this party started. God knows we have so many depressed. We're going to do so much laughing so we don't cry today. It's going to be unbelievable. Okay, that was much easier. Sorry, since they updated the Streamlabs app that I pushed the lives to Twitch and YouTube and X too, it just still a little better today, but still I miss the old app before all the bugs. Hopefully they'll fix them faster. Okay, let me just pull up. I feel like I need to, there's one more thing I need to do that I'm forgetting. Oh yes. Switch this. Here we go. Oh wait, I'm gonna put up subscribers too. Just doing one more thing with the goal, and then we have so many things. Sorry, how's everyone's Wednesday? Hey, Jake from Arizona. Sorry I'm a little late. I just have to wait. You guys know I help my dad out. My dad, oh, I almost didn't do my live today. My dad started a new medication from his cardiologist, and like his whole lower body is like swelling. It's really scary. And I almost needed to take him to the doctor, but then now someone else is, so we'll see. But I was very worried. You know how it goes. Nothing I could do, but it's still very worrisome. Hopefully he will be okay. Matt made us all cry earlier, so we need to laugh now. Great. No, I'll do my, listen, I'm going to do my best. I'm trying to like pepper in, you know me, I'll try to keep it light. It's just, we are in a very difficult place in this country. As we all know, I mean, I don't need to tell anyone else. We're almost to 10,000 taps. Thank you so much. Tap the screen, share the live. Just a reminder, join the Discord. There is a link in all of my bios across the internet, whether you're on Twitch, YouTube, wherever. Oh my gosh, my headphones are in a knot. Hold on one second. You guys can still hear me. Yeah, so there's a link in my bio. I might copy and paste the link. Even I changed these links because even though it's supposed to work all the time, I keep changing them, and then people say, hey, the link doesn't work. It works if you just copy and paste it into a browser. Like instead of just clicking on the link, copy and paste the link into your browser and then it will work, which is annoying, I know, but for some reason. And yeah, definitely join the Discord. My Cash App and Venmo are A Girl Has No Name, just like my TikTok account, my YouTube account, my Twitch account, pretty much all across the internet, which brings me to my next point. If you're not following me, well, it's called follow on Twitch and TikTok. On YouTube, it's called subscribing, which free subscribing. You know, if you're not following me, please do follow me across all platforms. You can also do that in my link tree. Oh, sorry, I have to take off this headphone. You can also do that in my link tree. So you can keep up with everything. The replays are always of all these lives, the lives on Mondays, with Facts, the lives on Tuesdays with Matt. All of those replays are available in full on YouTube. So immediately after, if you're like, oh, I want to see something I missed, or I missed this episode, you can find them all on YouTube. Okay, God, I wish I had better news today. Hey, Miller, welcome. I really wish I had better news today. Ugh. But I will say this: I try to start out with something a little bit humorous. I just want to show you guys this. When I opened like X to start making my outline today, I saw this post and I was like, what? Because I hadn't, on yesterday night, like I really wasn't on X, so I hadn't seen these videos, and I was like, "What?" And it says, "Just when you think nothing is going to be okay, Jeff Bezos like fall." Well, he says steps into a. I mean, I guess he does step and then face plants next to his spaceship, and JD Vance breaks the national championship trophy. Have you guys seen this video of like Jeff Bezos like in the desert with some sort of like capsule, and he's like walking around it, like checking it out, and he like steps into a hole and then face plants. Don't worry, I found the video in case anyone needs to. And by the way, this oh no, I'm going to show it to you. This video, it's a loop because it's a really short video, and then it replays six times, not six times, three times. So like that's if it seems like is on a loop, it is. It's basically he's like coming around the back of this like pod thing, steps into a hole and face plants. I find it hilarious. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be laughing, but what's funnier than someone that rich falling into a hole? There he is again. Oh, Jeff, that's karma. If karma's real, that's what it is. That's Jeff falling into a hole. There's one more time. Here he comes around the back, doing whatever, fell into a hole and tripped. Oh, I could watch that all over. Does not catch himself either. Just hilarious. Poor Jeff. Maybe you should pay your workers a living wage and then you wouldn't fall into holes karmically. I don't know. And I don't know if you've seen the video of JD Vance. Well, JD Vance can't do anything right ever for any reason. I have another funny video later. I love like China is, because JD Vance made the idiotic mistake of calling Chinese people peasants. And that's like one of the few political videos they've let like get through their huge firewalls that like censor the internet. And Chinese people all over the world are just mocking JD Vance endlessly, which is hilarious. But in addition to that, this is the college football trophy, and JD Vance is supposed to be, they're like having a ceremony. JD Vance just pulls it apart. I can't. This man cannot do one thing right in his life. He's trying to pick it up. Oh, JD. That's a metaphor for JD's life. Oh, JD, pick up the. Oh, fail. Great job, weirdo. Don't touch everything he touches breaks, quite literally. That's what the metaphor is. If JD Vance touches something, it breaks. Who does something like that? Great job, JD. Great job, couch boy. I know, that was literally the first thing I saw when I logged on. It was like, we think nothing's going to be okay, but Jeff Bezos fell in a hole and JD Vance broke the college football championship trophy. And I was like, I guess there is some justice in the world. This weirdo. Not even to say how many couches he's broken. Nobody knows the answer to that. God only knows. It's quite a few. Keep tapping the screen. We're almost to 25K. Thank you guys so much for being here. I know I'm a little late again. My dad is really, really sick, and I wasn't going to be able to do this live unless somebody else could take him to the doctor, and that worked out, and he's on his way now. So hopefully I'll be getting good news here soon, or who knows? We shall see. Anyways, Catherine, thank you so much for the $10 on Cash App. Love you. Thank you for all you do for us, and vice versa. Thank you so, so much for the support. Appreciate you so much. Keep tapping the screen. We are almost... I hope you think that true. JD Vance doesn't thank anyone for anything is a theme I've noticed. As Trump continues to rip this economy apart, I just want to point out, like, when I find these videos about, Americans losing their jobs and things being shuttered, I don't even remember where I was reading this, but someone, I think it might have been a local article. This is just another example, but Ohio is a depressed economy, right? As most red state economies are, it's not going well. And these tariffs are worse, right? Like Ohio manufactured had auto plants that are closing and everyone's losing their jobs. And here's another example, right? This is an Ohio paper mill, U.S. citizens' jobs in the red state of Ohio. I think it's the 12th, like, shittiest economy in the United States. So, Ohio should just move on down to the South, where the rest of the people that can't manage their budgets are. Pixel Paper announced the closing to better align our resources at a time retaliatory tariffs could increase operating costs 10 to 15%. Closing the paper mill would cost the local economy 230 to 245 million annually. I mean, 230 to 245 million annually is now going to be lost for this local Ohio economy. If some workers relocate or find jobs within 12 to 18 months, the impact could drop to 150 to 180 million, but recovery would still take years. And this paper mill, by the way, has been open since like 1817. It's been operational for 208 years before it announced its closure in April this month. Have I not, Dale? I'm giving you one warning. Which is David in the comments. Again, no one needs to block anyone, but I really am not in the mood. So if you say a bunch of stupid things, I will just block you. This will be the last time I ever read a comment of yours. When do we care about working class jobs? I know you don't. You probably don't. I always have. Like, what are you talking about? What do you think socialism is? It's about equity for laborers and the middle class. That's the whole point. But I'm telling you, Dale, today is not the day, and probably no day in the future.
Talk about the impact that the closure is going to have on the region, as well as the city of Chillicothe.
Yeah, I mean,
so glad I didn't try to pronounce that name. Yep. You have no, Dale, you have no idea. You are wrong. And we're not talking about protectionism. And I could get into this. Look, while I block Dale, then I'll explain why he's wrong. Dale just said, what is a tariff designed to protect? Buy Dale forever. That was my longest troll. I used to feel some sort of attachment to him, but I can no longer deal with stupidity. Like, that's just another example of an idiot. Like, I don't know how else to say it anymore. You have no idea what you're talking about. You think you sound smart? You don't. You sound uneducated and lost. Let me help you. Even targeted tariffs. Like, I think you're making this argument that still I hear Democratic politicians making, that like tariffs create jobs. If you look at economic studies, they don't create jobs. Not at the end of the day. Like, maybe, oh, thank you so much for the crown. So maybe you're trying to save a few targeted jobs to get votes in a swing state. And you might save those few jobs, but overall, the tariffs will cause companies to fire people, right? And when you look in, if you can read economic analysis and statistical analysis papers on tariffs, the real benefit, targeted, and I'm not talking about what Trump's doing now. What Trump's doing now is idiotic and there's no justification for it. But the old argument that targeted tariffs were to protect U.S. industries, they don't overall create or project jobs, right? Like I'm saying, they might protect in Pennsylvania, in a swing state before an election. You might be trying to get union votes, right? That's what protectionism, targeted tariffs get you. They get you votes. It doesn't feed the overall U.S. economy. Trump's tariffs lost jobs overall in his first term. And those weren't what the disaster he's doing now. Those were targeted tariffs. The result was not a net positive of jobs in the United States. And you can look that up. That's math, but of course you won't. Like, you'll just continue spewing dumb things in people's comments because you have no idea what you're talking about. And I've lost patience with people who have no idea what they're talking about. Sorry, I just had to block one of my old trolls who I used to but just someone who's been stalking me on the internet for years. So I just never blocked him because I was like, hey, this is the first person to ever ask me on the internet. And then I just couldn't take it anymore.
Talk about the impact that the closure is going to have on the region, as well as the city of Chillicothe.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it, 830 jobs is about 3% of the total people working in Ross County at the moment. The last count from the Federal Reserve is 31,135. So, I mean, it's going to be a significant hit for sure. Our jobless rate is already at 6.2%, which is up about 2.5% since December. So obviously, it's a huge hit for the economy. And of course, it'll have a ripple effect on a lot of other businesses as well.
Yeah, Mike, did the news come as a shock? When did the chamber find out?
So I found out early this morning. I got a text message from a pretty reliable source that I had that said that he had heard something. I initially texted our mayor, who said he had a call at about 9:30 with the company. And so I figured at that point in time that there was probably some tough news that was going to come down for sure.
Yeah, what kind of ripple effect do you think this will have on other businesses? Not only, the paper mill's been there hundreds of years. A lot of other businesses have popped up. What kind of ripple effect will it have?
Well, it'll be a tremendous impact for sure. Job loss creates uncertainty. And when people are uncertain, they spend less. That's pretty much what we've found in every other place that has gone through.
And just to be clear, I just did a simple search because Dale, who is now blocked forever, and none of us will ever have to listen to him say incorrect, idiotic things, was saying, and he's talking about targeted tariffs, not Trump's shit show blanket tariffs. No one or I hope for his sake, let's say, but Trump's targeted tariffs in his first term. You can do simple Google search. Do targeted tariffs cause a net increase in jobs? Hundreds of articles that lead to statistical analysis that shows that in Trump's tariffs will likely mean fewer jobs. Here's one that's actually talking about the point of Trump's. Well, I'm not talking about the soybean tariffs that tanked the economy. We're still bailing out farmers and buying foreclosed on farms. So we know it did decrease jobs in the farming industry. But he was trying to save jobs allegedly in manufacturing, like in places like Pennsylvania and in steel. Did the Trump tariffs increase U.S. manufacturing jobs? This is a statistical analysis after his first term tariffs. No. They had a negative effect on manufacturing jobs as well as overall U.S. employment. Now, it's shocking to me that I typed in words and now I can find all of these the statistical analysis from nonprofits, not nonprofits, think tanks, which I guess technically are 501c3s, or they should be, or they're shady. A lot of them are, that basically describes that tariffs never create a net positive of jobs. And one of the most, I think, true articles I've ever, and I can't remember who made me think about this, but someone when I used to debate on the internet who was not an idiot made me think about how I feel about tariffs. And the reality is what Trump's doing with tariffs now is market manipulation, and it will drive our economy into the ground. I'm talking about before, or when any U.S. president puts targeted tariffs on and says, oh, we're going to protect steelworkers. The real only net positive outcome that has been tracked, and there's statistical analysis on this, is votes in swing states. Why do you think they're always trying to protect steelworkers in Pennsylvania? Think about it. Or Michigan. It has to do with votes. Like protectionism, targeted tariffs is about getting votes from swing states. Oh, we're almost at 50K. I read it. I noticed. I'm going to change it right now. Thank you guys so much for so much tapping. Appreciate it. I'm going to change it right meow, if it lets me. Okay. Don't start with me today, TikTok Studio. I don't have the time. We got so many. Someone said it's a constitutional crisis. Yes. And by the way, if you didn't catch my live, which we're probably going to be doing every Tuesday yesterday with USMC Angry Veteran Matt, it was a really good one. That was primarily the topic of the first 2 hours, going over the constitutional crisis. And actually, facts were talking about that on Monday, but then we got a little derailed into the manosphere. But both of those lives are available on my YouTube. So if you want to watch that. You couldn't find me yesterday? Well, and I've said this before. First of all, if you're in the Discord, every time I go live, I sometimes tell everyone, but also there's a bot that tells everyone when I'm live in the Discord. In addition, if you subscribe, that's like follow on TikTok, subscribing on YouTube's free. If you're subscribed to me So, which means following me on YouTube. Anytime I go live, then it sends you a notification, which I love those. I love these notifications. Like it says, oh, Midas Touch is going to be live in 30 minutes. It's actually really helpful. So if you're having trouble knowing, because you're just saying, oh, I didn't know, like on Tuesdays at 8 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, which is right now because you guys are all on daylight time. We don't have daylight savings. It's 8 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, which is 11 a.m. Eastern on Tuesdays. I'm live with Matt, USMC or US McAngry Veteran, however you want to say it. And I think we're going to be continuing to do that. So you can look for that. And then on Mondays, I also am live with Facts in the mornings, which if you're on the West Coast, you got to be up early. It's 5 a.m. Mountain Standard and Pacific time, and it's 8 a.m. Eastern, but Facts has great lives. Mondays with Facts and Fleece, and then I do the People's Receipts. Tuesday's the only day I don't do the People's Receipts. So if you're saying I didn't see your live, like the People's Receipts, that's because on Tuesdays, sometimes, I try like that afternoon when I have to take my dad to the doctor and stuff. That's what I'm doing. You don't know how to get into the okay, one more time. I already said this once today. Anywhere in my link tree, in any of my profiles, if you're watching from Twitch, from YouTube, from X, wherever in my profile, there's a link tree link. You go there, right? There's a Discord link to join. But my advice is, because these forever links this is a common thing with creators. Don't just click on that link, copy and paste it into your browser, and then it will work. Because sometimes I think there's like bots that track the number of times links are clicked on to join Discord. So that way it's not like bots just getting people to artificially join. But because of that, it seems like clicking on the link doesn't always work. So my advice is copy and paste that link into your browser, and then it always works every single time. I will check right now. Someone said, did you get my cash app? Oh, yes, I just did. Sorry. I got a lot of things to talk about. And remind me, I need to tell you one more thing about Matt and Steve, which I knew there was something I need to say. Thank you so much for the $20, Patrick. W. Patrick, you are amazing. And thank you for the hat. Look at all this tapping. This is like... The day is going from bad to great. I'm feeling it. We're gonna have a good day today. Don't worry. However bad the news is, I have to tell you, I'm gonna make it fun if it kills all of us. If we might cry, we might laugh. Everything's gonna be okay. Well, for right now. Okay, this is actually good news. And soon Cootery's making like the background art, so I don't have it yet. And like I just got like the marketing prospectus, Matt. Or if you guys don't know, Fax is like a C-suite marketing executive, and I used to work in advertising, so I love his brain. So I just got like the prospectus around this, and I haven't had time to read it, but I'm excited to. But 1 week from today. So today is Hump Day. 1 week from today, which I believe is March 23rd. And hold on, let me think. I'm just making sure I don't get the times wrong. 4 p.m. Pacific time, 7 p.m. Eastern. So I'll probably end this live early, or, maybe I'll do a couple hour live or 2 or 3 hour live versus 4 or 5 hours like usual. So 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. Matt, Fax, and I are going to be doing a night live together. And I talked about this briefly. And if you guys haven't met, when I say Matt, I mean US MC, Angry Veteran. And when I say Fax, I mean Facts Still Matter, Steve. And I talked briefly about how Steve and I were saying we wanted to plan like a series of virtual town halls leading up to the midterms. But due to the very quickly eroding democracy and constitution in this country, I think there's a sense of urgency to sort of organize and figure this out much faster. So that will be our first live where we're going to start addressing this, the three of us together, and we're going to build from there, this will eventually like end up with. We have a lot of different ideas for virtual town halls, but like I said, Fax just put together like the first outline for it because he's a marketing executive, and I haven't gotten a chance to read it, but I'm just telling you guys now. And then Cootery's making the artwork for it, so once I get that, I'll share that with you as well. I'll put it in the Discord, and you can share it on your own TikToks. But yeah, 1 week from today, 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and will probably be about 3 hours. We're planning like 7 to 10 Eastern. They're on Eastern time. I'm obviously not. We're going to be doing a live and start addressing this. And hopefully, eventually, we're going to have ways for everyone to get involved because there's just no time. We can't wait until the midterms. We won't even have any. We'll probably all be in El Salvadorian prisons by then. So, and I wish I was kidding. But God, I have some things to tell you today that will make your blood run cold. Oh, I know. I love her artwork as well. And I want to just tell you guys, if you saw yesterday Matt's live, you know how the background was me and Matt? And like, so we were having a Zoom call about this live we're doing next Wednesday, like me, Matt, and Steve, like a planning call. And they were talking about like the artwork because Kudri also made artwork, which by the way, if you need a graphic designer or you need someone to make some artwork for you, like I pay her whatever I can, like between $25 and $50. But yeah, like if you want to, definitely ask Kudri to do some work for you and pay her a little something. She's an amazing artist. But the funny part is like all the artwork, because I was like, we're talking about what should we call the live? And they were talking about how they're like, next to you, Felice, like we look like two old men, like in this artwork. And I was like, we could call it Two Santas and a Lady. Because I don't know if you saw like the artwork with me and Matt, but it's funny because they both have like completely white hair and beards. And then it's like me, like dark haired, brown haired person. But I mean, obviously we're not calling it that, but it's funny because, oh, there's Fax. He's here. Yeah, it was quite funny. Anyways, we need to laugh about things. Two Santas. I know Matt really looks like Santa. Fax less so, but I was like, Matt definitely looks like Santa's. Okay, so this huge paper mill is closing. Oh, actually, maybe I did take a screenshot. Perfect. This is what I was trying to communicate. Ohioans keep voting Republican, right? This is a deep red state. If you don't know, Ohio has a super majority of Republicans in the state legislature. While a Republican is in the White House, and keep in mind their state legislature is a supermajority, they have a Republican governor. They lost 2 car plants, a tire plant, and now a paper mill. They call it the Rust Belt for a reason. Thank a Republican. Like, how bankrupt? How much do you all have to lose? And if you don't know about Ohio, I mean, the rural areas in Ohio, these are depressed places that are losing resources very quickly, losing hospitals, losing schools. Like Ohio is one of the places where school vouchers has done a complete number. It's one of the original states that started taking money out of schools from school vouchers. So it's very ironic to me that the people that have caused all their problems, hospitals are closing, all of these things are happening because of conservative Republicans that have a supermajority that are governing that state and are now in the White House. And are they blaming them? Well, Columbus is you said. Michelle said I used to live in Columbus. That's literally one of the most liberal places. In terms of voting, next to a university. I like Columbus. Also home to Nationwide Insurance. When I worked in advertising, I had to spend a lot of time in Columbus. I actually like Columbus. Like, I mean, if I was trapped in Ohio, I'm living in Columbus. And I don't mind Cincinnati either. Lux Group is there. I don't know if anyone knows what it's not Lux Group, Luxottica. They own like Lens Crafters, Nationwide. They own like Ray-Ban. They own Oakley. They own every eyeglass brand you could ever think of. They're based in Cincinnati, and they were my client when I worked in advertising. So I always was in Cincinnati. Also not that bad of a place. Just saying. But Columbus is, I really do like Columbus. Yeah, they are an eye monopoly. You want to talk about an eye monopoly? Look up who Luxottica is. Nice people that work at that company, though. We had a good time. At least the marketing people. Thank you so much. Keep tapping the screen. We are 10K away. There's a lot of business going on in Columbus that people don't know about. I used to have to fly to Columbus like once a month. I'm trying to think. There was someone else's in Columbus, like another insurance company. It wasn't just Nationwide I went there for, but it escapes my mind. Oh, this is what I was talking about. I did screenshot it. Ohio currently has the 12th highest poverty rate in the nation. These families will suffer the most, especially in the short run, and are anticipated to lose about 4% of their disposable income. Yeah, all the people in the comments. This is you. Ohio Ohio's median household income is 69,680. Yeah, remember like 20 years ago when that was so much money? God, I wish we could go back. As Trump throws the world economy into chaos with his tariff trade war, here's what Ohio can expect. And you can screenshot this and like look it up. I mean, this is the name of the article if you're interested if you're in Ohio and you're like, hey, I'd like to hear more about this. This is the article that you can look up and the actual author, David DeWitt. But yeah, good luck, Ohio. And I thought this was interesting. I love Tennessee Hall at TN Holler. If you don't follow them, best if you're in Tennessee or not in Tennessee, you don't need to be in Tennessee to absolutely appreciate this account. This is one of the best accounts across the internet. They are always giving good information all day long. Everyone, they're not just on X. You don't have to ruin your mental health to follow them. They're all across the internet. It's at TN Holler. They're doing great work. But do you guys remember this? Because I played this exact clip after Chuck Schumer sold us all out and didn't shut the government down. And remember, he got on Meet the Press with Kristen Welker, and he's like, oh no, this isn't a constitutional crisis. If Trump defies the Supreme Court, then it's a problem. Here's the quote, Schumer. If he defies the Supreme Court, then we are in uncharted territory. Our entire democracy is at risk. I believe that if Donald Trump should defy the courts, the public will rise up. Democrats will fight in every single way. Autocrats only succeed. Blah, blah, blah. No one cares. But this was, remember back to when our only lever of power, and I'm not saying great job, Cory Booker, doing what you did, but that wasn't a real lever of power. Yes, it mobilized the people. The only chance we had to stand up to Trump in the Senate ever was when Chuck Schumer could have shut the government down. This was it. And remember, and then it became very clear, this guy doesn't even think it's a problem. He was like, oh, don't worry, the guardrails of democracy will hold. This was, by the way, March 23rd. Where are we at now? It's December 16th, not a month later. Do you think we should have shut the government down? Chuck Schumer needs to go. This man cannot be in charge of anything for another Congress. He needs to go. And I don't mean out of leadership. His seat should be taken for this. He can never be forgiven for what he's done. He very clearly either, I don't know what, is delusional. I mean, I don't know. Are you delusional or are you complicit in all this? Which one? Either way, you have to go. We're almost to 75K. Keep tapping the screen. Thank you guys so much. And in an effort, and when it gets really depressing, I think I'm going to pepper this in. I also have clips, if you don't know. So I wanted to show you because I didn't get a chance on Monday. I told you I clipped the entire rally of Bernie Sanders, AOC. Maxwell Frost was in LA on Saturday. And not to say, and I've clipped other rallies. Yesterday, they were in Folsom, California. It was super cool. And on Monday, I showed you also some clips of how many people showed up in Utah. Last night, they were in Utah, then they were in Idaho, then they were in Folsom, California, and then today I think they're going to be in Montana. So anyways, I like to follow along, but Maxwell Frost is not at every tour stop. He was there on Saturday, and I just want to show you some of the stuff Maxwell Frost was saying, because I think we all it's getting real depressing. It's getting real depressing. Tap the screen.
See,
let's
throughout
get to
human
75K.
history, the fascists and the authoritarians have a simple playbook. Make us blame each other for our problems instead of looking at the billionaires and mega corporations that have been leaving us crumbs for generations. They're the ones hoarding wealth beyond imagination. We have to tell people the reason you can't pay your rent has nothing to do with trans people. The reason you don't have health care has nothing to do with immigrants. And it has to do with billionaires like Elon Musk.
Preach. And then this one was even better. I want to show you this other clip. This is I have one more clip of Maxwell. And I have another cool thing that happened at the rally, but this, as far as his speaking, this was really good.
I won't be the one to say everything, 100% of everything is going to be okay. There's harm happening right now across the country. I come from Florida. See, Project 2025 is Florida 2024. We've seen this, but we also know how to deal with it. When they disappear a college student, you take to the streets. When they steal your Medicare, Social Security, and Medicaid, you take to the streets. When they try and rig an economy even more, when they try to use tariffs to enrich other people, not to help working people, you take to the streets and you're loud about it. What I always used to say as an organizer is the true testaments of an organizer is not what you do when everybody's looking, it's what you do when nobody is looking. But the true testament of a movement is what you do when the world is watching. And the world is watching our country right now to see how we will deal with a billionaire in the White House, how we will deal with somebody who wants to take away our things. And it can't just be about protecting what we've already earned. Of course, we're going to protect Medicare, Social Security, and Medicaid. But the other question is, what's next? What next do we create? A Medicare for all? Ending gun violence? Fighting the climate crisis? This is the true message of our movement. Of course, what we protect, but what we build. In Los Angeles, I am so honored to be here with you today with freedom fighters from all many different movements here in California and across the country, because from the South all the way to here, California, I know that we will win.
This is our youngest member of Congress. And like, I don't know if you remembered, I mean, you could go back years when I first started making content on TikTok, and I love Maxwell Frost. And I remember like his first floor speech, I put a clip up and it wasn't great. And then like by his fifth one, I think I got like 1 million likes or something, or 1 billion views on one of his floor speeches. This is back when I was a content creator, like, I never did a live stream. And like watching him now, do you know what I'm saying? It's like watching him speak now, like not looking at a paper, like I would, he was so passionate, but he would be reading his speeches, and watching this man speak now is a thing of mother effing beauty. Maxwell Frost is all that is good in this country, quite honestly. How old is he now? I mean, when he got in he was one of the youngest people ever elected to Congress. Someone can look it up. Someone look it up and tell us, because I need to stay on. And I'll show while I show you that. So he's 28 now. Yeah. So this is his third year, right? Because he was in Congress for the whole 118th, and this is the first year of the 119th. So this is essentially his third year. Where are the U.S. Marshals for what? What are the U.S. Marshals going to do? I mean, they're like, what do you want the U.S. Marshals to be doing? I don't think the U.S. Marshals are a friend to any of us. Like, what do you think the U.S. Marshals do? Nothing good. Oh yeah, they're not on that. They're on Trump's side. I don't think the U.S. Marshals are not going to help us. But I mean, we could scream it, but no, I would hide from the U.S. Marshals. Anything. No. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Anyway, yeah, they're underpaid body. Like, are you you're delusional, right? Like, do you not understand the structure of power? The U.S. Marshals are never going to arrest Trump. Trump had actual warrants. I mean, yeah, that's never happening. Anyways, I gotta stop reading things that don't make sense. If you would like to subscribe or buy subscriptions for someone, look, we're at 416 subs. My goal is to get to 450. We're also at 100,000. Look at our great fingers, guys. Keep those fingers going. Focus on the fingers. Oh, I forgot. I don't know if I gave the intro, but I just think this is so amazing. If you don't know, one of the first times I realized that Maxwell Frost was like a musician was he showed up like on stage a couple years ago with Paramore and was like singing and like, I don't know. It was so cool. And he was on stage, like you could see like Bernie walks by, which I was like, Maxwell is kind of short. It shows you how tall Bernie is. It always surprises me when I see Bernie next to like Maxwell Frost, or I see Bernie next to like AOC. I mean, I don't know how tall. I can't imagine. He's probably like 6'1" or something, but he looks tall. Anyways, Bernie walks by, and Maxwell Frost, that's Bernie. Maxwell Frost is like playing drums. Look how good he is. Yeah, a judge didn't order Trump arrested. So you should probably read for, like, listen, if you're going to spam the comments with untrue things, I don't care if you're, look, a judge has not ordered Trump arrested, period. I don't know what you're talking about or why you're saying it. I've read all the court orders. You're talking about Boasberg, right? And even the New York Times, like, let me show you what, and by the way, I would like to stay on task today and not be derailed by people who, yeah, exactly. Do you guys understand immunity rulings and official acts? Like, do you remember the presidential immunity ruling? Do you understand the difference between a contempt ruling, and someone being arrested? He's immune from official acts. Yes, it does. I'm sorry if you don't understand. Yeah, I'm protecting Trump. Do you know who I am? Anyways, I'm going to have to block this person because I don't have time for this. I don't have time for people that can't read. I hope, listen, let me be very clear about something. I hope Trump is arrested at any minute. I'll be right there. Like, yay! Like, I hope he's arrested. I just don't know why you're screaming things. Like, let me just help. Like, if you can, and I advise anyone who thinks Donald Trump is going to be arrested at any moment to read the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, John Roberts, his immunity ruling. That was ruled. He's never, not only is he not ever going to be arrested, like, let me help. Well, too bad I blocked Puffin, because that person probably, and again, I don't know if that's man or woman, but that person should probably hear this. But yeah, think about when Trump was charged with crimes before. Was he ever, like, his arrest was him showing up voluntarily, never being put in handcuffs, being fingerprinted after he was indicted. Like, what are you talking about? And that was before Chief Justice John Roberts' immunity ruling. Anything Trump does, and if you read the immunity ruling, anything Trump just says is an official act. He's immune from. And even, let's say if it's not, and we could prove it's not, he can just, because of the vagueness of the immunity ruling that Justice John Roberts handed down, he could just say it is, logically, and get away with it. There is no world in which we're going to wake up. I don't care what a federal judge, what Boasberg says in court. If you think that a federal judge is going to say something and Trump's going to be snatched up by U.S. Marshals, you've lost your mind. I wish, and again, I want to say, my dream is for Trump to be in jail. It's just not going to happen. Yeah, of course they were. And by the way, I just want to be clear, and I was going to talk about this later, but since everyone's like screaming about it and has no idea what anyone's talking about, yeah, I'm going to end up in the El Salvadorian prison first, and delusional Puffin guy is like, police is protecting Trump. I'm literally going to be one of the first people disappeared when yeah, I'm protecting Trump. I'm just not delusional. Like, I just read court documents before having emotional reactions. If that's a crime, guilty. Like, let me give you an example. And this was just a few minutes ago, right? I wasn't live. I was late to being live. I haven't been live that long. I didn't start my live till just a few minutes ago. At 11:13, right? The New York Times reports, breaking news, judge opens contempt inquiry over deportation flights. That's the judge that's ruling in the federal court. I've read these documents. I have screenshots of them to show you, right? And then minutes late, like, oh my God, I can't count. I'm embarrassed. 17 minutes later, 17 minutes. I got it. Got there. The New York Times, it sends out another blast, and they don't send out blasts on the same article that says correction. Judge threatens contempt inquiry. So what? Because he just said he might. And what was first reported by the New York Times was that basically there was a contempt inquiry, meaning they were going to be forced to answer questions. Even the New York Times sent an email blast correcting themselves, saying, oh, just kidding, that he's threatening a contempt inquiry. Right? Here's the correction. An earlier version of this email alert referred incorrectly to a judge's action regarding deportation flights. The judge threatened a contempt inquiry. He did not open such an inquiry. So, and let me just say, even if they were forced to answer questions, blah, 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 they're not being, that guy's not being removed under, it's not like, we know all the facts already. Where things stand, a federal judge threatened to open a contempt inquiry into the Trump administration over what he called its willful disregard for his order temporarily halting deportations under an obscure wartime law. Threatened. And this is why I always say, and why people never know what's going on the internet is because everyone reads headlines, that they run away yelling things. Nothing has changed. I mean, I like Judge Boasberg. I want to say that. I'm really feeling Judge Boasberg. I like what he's doing. It's just, and most importantly, if you believe the U.S. Marshals that work for Pam Bondi are going to arrest Trump, then I get some sleep. This fight is going to be a long slog, and you may be manic. Yeah, the people that Pam Bondi oversees will not be arresting Trump, so I can promise you that. And the other judge, Judge Zenas, let's see, Judge Zenas, did she have any rulings today? But the main contempt ruling that you guys, I think, are talking about that was updated by the New York Times. Yeah, nothing has been done. Judge rebukes effort to return. This is the latest update from the New York Times. Nothing has been done. Judge rebukes U.S. effort to return wrongly deported man. And I read this ruling. This is the latest on the court docket that's been filed under Judge Zenas in Maryland. And this basically says, the funny part about this filing is she tells all the Trump administration lawyers, she's like, I hope you don't have any vacations planned or you think you're going anywhere, because I am going. Anytime I think one of you is going, basically she's like, I own you. I'm going to call you back to court at any moment. I want to call you back to court because you guys aren't doing anything and explaining anything. But yeah. In any case, we can all wish, but it's delusional. But I will say, for someone doing something, and I don't talk about Chris Van Hollen a lot. Can someone remind me what state Chris Van Hollen is a senator of? Because it's now escaping my mind. What state is Chris Van Hollen from? He is from, is it Maryland? Yeah, there you go. Oh, yeah. And so, again, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, this is the state. The county in question is Prince George's County, which is in Maryland. So the cool thing, something that is actually going on, is what Senator Van Hollen is up to. He is en route. He's going to try to knock on the door of Secot today. He's in El Salvador. He's going to try to get in there and talk and verify that he's alive. And anyone else they'll let him talk to, if they will. My guess is he's probably going to be denied. Yeah, they denied him access. But he's working with the U.S. Embassy there, and at least somebody is down there. So at least the senator of the state that Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Yeah, but you guys, yes, the first time you ask, of course. I'm not saying it will ever happen, but my point is at least someone's doing something.
I saw the comments of President Bukele, and I look forward to meeting with them. I've requested to meet with them. I reached out to the ambassador here to ask to meet while he's here. But I've also made clear if we can't meet here, I do intend to go to El Salvador to discuss the release of this individual who is illegally detained. A Maryland man who's the father of 3 in a notorious prison in El Salvador. And I believe the president of El Salvador will recognize why it's important to allow him to return to the United States of America, because it is absolutely unjust and illegal to have this Marylander detained one more day in a notorious prison in El Salvador. Of course, President Trump could have just said, bring him home. Of course, he could have done that. But this is an administration that has lied about Mr. Abrego Garcia, right? The vice president of the United States tweeted out that he had a criminal record. That was a lie. They're just lying. They've gotten caught lying. They don't want to admit it. And they have an obligation to bring him home. But I will say the president of El Salvador should not now take it upon himself to say that he is detaining him for one more day, because that is kidnapping. I understand that the Attorney General said that we would provide a plane to bring him home. So all the president of El Salvador has to do now is hand over and release an innocent man and let him come home to his family.
Yeah, and this is the type of work you need to be doing. If you're from Maryland and you are a senator, this is exactly what you should do. I mean, I don't know how long he's planning on camping out there, but I hope he's not planning on just going for a day and coming back. He should stay there. He should stay there every single day. Like, people are like, oh, they denied access. I think you guys are have a fundamental misunderstanding. Of course they did. The point is not you ask once, oh, they deny you access, and then you go home. The point is he's raising awareness, right? That's the point, is that you keep asking over and over again. You keep doing press conferences. You keep saying, hey, this is where I'm going. This is what I'm doing. Now I'm here in El Salvador. They won't let me have him. And you keep doing it over and over. Like, if you believed that he was going to show up there and they were going to just give him to him, very clearly, Trump and Bukele are in cahoots of all of this. And believe me, I have some very scary things to show you today about all of this. But the point is not, they were never going to magically hand him over or magically let him see him. The point is to say over and over, hey, I'm here. I have a plane to take this guy back. It's the weirdest thing. He's never been charged with a crime anywhere in the world, and he's trapped in this hellhole. And if you guys don't know this, I suggest everyone learn to do research on their own. Look up the human rights abuses and the torture that goes on in Sukkot. It's a literal torture chamber. Right? Prior to anyone from the United States knowing what Sukkot was, it's been used to torture people and disappear people for a long time. This is not new. So any amount of attention that's drawn to this, it's not like Bukele's given people due process. He has a percentage of his country in jail who did not receive due process. He puts his political opponents in jail who did not receive due process. Anyways, and by the way, before I show you guys this, can I show you guys? I don't know. I keep seeing this account, and I don't know if someone on X, and I don't know if someone changed their account name, but I find it hilarious. Penguins Against Trump, Flippers Up Now. This account is being reposted and stuff by a lot of big creators, news people. They're actually doing real news. It makes me think someone changed their account name. I don't know, but I find it hilarious. But yeah, let me just give you another example. I mean, sorry, I don't have better news. This is not going to be a funny penguin video, so I apologize in advance. This is just more, this is staying on the topic of immigration. This is a Guatemalan immigrant with no Massachusetts criminal record. No Massachusetts criminal record was arrested Monday on Talman Street after federal agents shattered the glass on his vehicle as he and his wife waited inside the car for their lawyer to arrive. His wife is a U.S. citizen. I believe he was granted asylum. His asylum claim was granted. This is the kind of scene you'd expect in Russia. Secretive arrests, shattered glass, no criminal record, just fear and force. And now it's happening on U.S. soil. They did not let me just give you the usual process for shit like this. I mean, not shattering the glass of a window. This is unprecedented, but is to notify the local police department, who then will like look into it, or they'll know they're coming. No, now these people are showing up in towns and cities. The local police don't even know what's happening and doing things like this.
I can't reach it. It's up by her. Here you go.
No esperaron a que la abogada se presentara, que llegara acá con nosotros y rompieron el vidrio. Y eso no, de nosotros también tenemos derecho de
On a second. Sorry. I'm having trouble. Hold on. Sorry. Give me a second. This is not my fault. It's the video. Sorry, the presentation closed. But like, what's important is she's saying like, and they told them, which I think I need to look after the video. I think I have more information on this because I know it's a little confusing, but they have an immigration lawyer. The wife is a citizen of the US. This is a person who has asylum, like is in the United States legally. And they told, sorry. They told them, right? The lawyer called the local police department and was like, I am these people's immigration lawyer. Apparently they're being terrorized. Like, I'm on my way to give the ICE agents more information about what's happening. Those people, like the lawyer told them to alert those people that were trying to break into the car, tell them your lawyer's on the way and will show, and I guess they had all the paperwork in the car and they're like, show the lawyers the paperwork I gave you oh yeah, I do have more information. So it will make the video less confusing because there is a small translation at the bottom, but you can't see it. So Aaron Reichlin Melnick was commenting on this. Let me make this a little smaller so I'm not disappearing. Okay. This scene gets even worse when you read that ICE may not have even been going after the right guy. And this man has full lawful status as a derivative beneficiary. Oh, that's what it is. A derivative beneficiary of his wife's asylum win. ICE hasn't provided any reason for why they arrested him or why he's being detained. They didn't take the wife. And he is a derivative beneficiary. So he's fully here legally in the United States, and they disappeared him. Sniffen said her clients were told the agents were looking for someone named Antonio. I said, this is the lawyer talking now. I said, well, that's great because your name's not Antonio, so you should be fine. Show them the paperwork that you have, and you should be fine. And the agents didn't pay attention to that, she said. Sniffen said both Mendez and his wife are lawfully in the U.S. and have zero criminal record. His wife was granted asylum after fleeing persecution in her home country, and because the two are legally married, Mendez receives the same protection. When you say derivative beneficiary, that's what it means. She came to the U.S. with the belief that she would be safe here, that she would not have to endure the impunity of state actors the way she endured in her home country. And this is what she's facing. And her husband, because they are legally married, has the same benefits as she does. They broke through the window and snatched her husband and disappeared him for no reason. He's legally here. Legally here. No legal justification for doing this. This is in Massachusetts. And if you want to read more, or I think there's a video as well. This is the local Massachusetts. You can screenshot this and look this up. It's in Southeast Massachusetts in New Bedford. There's no reason for this to happen. No, he's not out now. No. They won't even say why they have him, what they're doing. He's not out. I think I feel like a lot of people are in disbelief and need to like come to reality. It does not matter if you're here legally or not. It does not matter anymore if you're an American citizen. None of us have due process. None of us. The Supreme Court, why would this happen if it mattered? The lawyer said, I read this whole article, like that's underneath here. If you want to look it up, you can. It literally, the lawyer said they had the paperwork in their car. Yeah, that's why. I mean, the only word to say is kidnapping. They won't give any information, any evidence, any justification. This is just another mistake. And by the way, wait, I'm trying to think of what video it is. Oh, because I'm going to get to it. But that's when, wait, who was talking about this? I'm trying to think. I will get to the video. I think it's Rumeysa Ozturk, right? She was also taken from Tufts University, right? A lot of people are being taken from Massachusetts. And they told her, if you remember in the video, the agents were telling her, we're not monsters. Like, we're just following orders. You know who said that? Schmotzies. And that's when I played that clip of like giving evidence of why students were being disappeared and losing student visas. It's because they're searching people's social media. They're scouring social media with AI, not just people on student visas or undocumented immigrants or legal permanent residents, all of us. And they're making lists of people. This is the Gestapo. This is 1930s Germany. And that's literally what the schmotzies said. We were just following orders. And like Matt said when we were live together yesterday, it is not a legal justification like it wasn't in the Nuremberg trials. You cannot say, I was just following orders and get away with it. It is not a legal justification to say, oh, I just committed a bunch of heinous, horrific crimes and aided in war crimes, human rights abuses, and all sorts of other nightmares, but I was just following orders. No, that's not a legal defense. Oh, and it gets even better because remember, and I took you guys through all these court documents before, so I'm not going to do it again, but the checklist of how you get declared a part of Tren de Aragua, and you know, it's 8 points on a random checklist, and it has nothing to do, not one piece of it is actual evidence. It's just random ICE agents say, which we know now. Right? A lot of these ICE agents that have put these people away, turns out they're criminals. I showed you an example of one in Wisconsin who's not allowed to work, who was literally not allowed to testify in trials in Wisconsin because he'd lied so many times. And then he went to work for a private prison group where he now apparently, which was not Geo Group, he works for Core Civic now. They hired him right away because he's literally not allowed to be a police officer because he's lied so many times. He lied under oath in court and cannot be a credible witness or able to testify against people. So he went to one of these private prison groups that's making billions of dollars, and Congress people are being lobbied to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars to support, and Core Civic is part of the people that are making these determinations, just lying, just saying that they're criminals, saying they're gang members. You do not have to have any supporting evidence, not one shred. They just say they feel like. So, and I'm going to say this because I know, MAGA, your brains don't work, so I'm going to help you. If this can happen to them, it absolutely can happen to you. There doesn't have to be any evidence. Someone just says you did something because they don't like you, and you are gone. That is now the legal precedent. And I know I keep hearing MAGA say, well, undocumented immigrants don't get due process. Yes, they do. Maybe take out that pocket constitution you used to defend the Second Amendment and read it again. It's anybody whose feet are on U.S. soil. Would you like to go on vacation to Cancun the first time you leave the country and be snatched up and then mailed to Ecuador and then no one ever hears from you again? Are you getting it? And they just say, yeah, that was a gang member who was working with the cartels. Hey, do you have any evidence? No. We just disappeared him. That's what you're saying makes sense. It is the same logic. Just so you know, it doesn't matter if you're here on a travel visa, if you're on vacation, if you're a student visa, if you're an undocumented immigrant, if you're documented, if you have a green card, if you're a legal permanent resident, if you're a U.S. citizen, anyone whose feet are on U.S. soil has the right to due process. And you can pull out your pocket constitution and read it again. So anyways, and I talked about this, right? the list of tattoos that they're using to lie and say people are gang members. I went through, I was saying they're being reversed image searched. Aaron Reichlin Melnick is who did it. Started reverse image searching the actual ICE document and where the tattoos came from. Remember the clock tattoo? And I was like, it's some British guy's tattoo. This is not a gang member's tattoo. Now the BBC found the man they're saying this is a Tren de Aragua tattoo. No, it's just some random guy. It's in England. A tattoo belonging to a man from Derbyshire has appeared in a U.S. government document used to identify members of a notorious Venezuelan gang. British man's tattoo wrongly linked to Venezuelan gang in U.S. government document. This is the document they say. Here is a gang member of TDA. This is his arm and his tattoo. If you see one like this, only this gang gets these tattoos. No, the person's arm in the ICE document is some random British guy. A tattoo belonging to a man from Derbyshire has appeared in a U.S. government document used to identify members of a notorious Venezuelan gang. His name is Pete Belton. He's 44 from Ilkeston. He says he was shocked to find his forearm featured in a Department of Homeland Security document used to help identify alleged members of Tren de Aragua, a transnational criminal organization. I'm just an average middle-aged man from Derbyshire. Sorry, I was reading something. And it was a bit strange, a bit funny at first, but is now worried the family trip he booked to Miami. Yeah, don't come here. With his wife and daughter in August might end up being a 6-month all-inclusive holiday to Guantanamo. That's what he said. Yeah, I don't know. Or my guess is it won't. Keep tapping the screen. Are we at 150K? We've kind of slowed down on the tapping. Hold on. Sorry, I have to Google something. Play quick. Give me 1 second. Oh, crap. That's not going to work. Hold on. Anyway, sorry. I had to look up something real quick. Mr. Belton said it was a bit strict. Oh, I read that part. The Trump administration, well, we already know that. I'm just trying to say, yeah, here we go. The clock face with the date and time of his daughter's birth. So again, the man's arm, who's they're saying anyone with a clock tattoo needs to be detained and arrested, is a 44-year-old British man. And the reason he got that clock is because it's the date and time his daughter was born. And by the way, I think we found of all of the tattoos, I think it ended up being 12 of 13 had nothing to do with, they were not gang members. They're random people. There was someone from a Thai tattoo parlor, just people in America. Not one person of the tattoos they're saying that they published, that the Department of Homeland Security uses, has ever actually been a gang member. And the one they couldn't identify isn't because it is a gang member. It's because they just can't find it in open source material when they image search. This is the thing we went through, and all of these have been reverse image searched, and not one happens to be on the arm of a TDA member. They're all random people. And this guy's supposed to be in Miami. Like, probably not. This is his original Instagram post proving it's him. It's Aaron Reichlin Melnick who found this, and now all of this was picked up by the BBC. I find this fascinating. The same image of Mr. Belton's tattoo also appeared in a September 2024 report by the Texas Department of Public Safety about Tren de Aragua activities. 44-year-old random white man in Britain. His arm is big. They're saying he's a gang member. He is not. It's unbelievable. But in an email, the DHS said it was confident its law enforcement intelligence and that its assessments go well beyond just gang affiliate tattoos and social media. Well, you're definitely wrong about this guy. This is all a lie. It's unclear exactly how Mr. Belton's tattoo ended up in U.S. documents, but he's worried about being linked to the gang. That's what you're worried about? Yeah, I don't even care about that. I'm worried about people who are being falsely accused and disappeared to El Salvador. Yeah, this is terrifying. And he has all of the proof. This is when, before it was done, like when it was in the process of being done, and you can see his daughter's like time and date of birth there in the middle. It's unbelievable. And we're now detaining anyone who had the nerve to get a clock tattoo. Ugh. Now, let's go on to Couchboy and how he continues to tell a bunch of lies on the internet. This is 10 hours ago, or now it's probably 14, but when I first screenshotted this, it was 10 hours ago. This is what JD Vance is up to in the middle of the night. Consider that Joe Biden allowed approximately 20 million illegal aliens into our country. Shocker, a man beholden to the ethics of the bar is lying again. He is a pathological liar who will never stop lying. He's an embarrassment to our country. This placed extraordinary burdens on our country. No, it didn't. Our schools, hospitals, housing, and other essential services were overwhelmed. On top of considering 20 million is a lie, it's like, can you just come from a place of truth? The number is somewhere between 11 and 12. And, hold on. I'm not saying that right. Not that Joe Biden let into our country. Undocumented immigrants who exist in our country, right? That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about Joe Biden sneaking 11 million people into the country. On top of that, many of these illegal aliens committed V crimes. Well, then why aren't you arresting any of those people? Why, after 60 Minutes investigated, which, by the way, their original investigation I played you guys a week ago, it said 75% had no criminal records. That number is much higher now. The only reason they were saying 75% is because they couldn't find information about who people were and some people. And the more information they find, the more they realize that those people didn't commit any crimes either. So if you in fact did arrest anyone who committed a crime, why not show the information? All of these are lies. On top of that, many of these undocumented illegal, or he's saying illegal aliens, I hate saying that, committed V crimes or facilitated the F drug and S trafficking. No, they didn't. Prove it. Show a shred of evidence that happened. It started, they could prove 75% of the people you said, and the people who are being deported under the Alien Enemies Act, the alleged TDA members, 75% on the first run had zero criminal record, and now it's up to like 90%. So if you even have one who's done one thing you're claiming, why don't you show the evidence? The U.S. government are liars, period. If you have evidence that someone did anything, I mean, it's going to be less than 90% didn't, but go ahead and show it to us. This is a situation we inherited. Well, why don't you actually get criminals? And I can't remember what post I saw this under, but some guy said, hey, JD, or they, but it was a different post he was making. They're like, if they're such bad hombres, then give them their day in court. And that's the thing. Remember I showed you on Monday this court case, and this is why they're not showing any evidence, because they don't have any. They did a whole press conference on a guy and said he was the East Coast leader of MS-13. And now they've dropped all the charges. And are just because it's not him. They have no evidence. They were going to do a big show trial. It's not effing him. They did like an hour and a half long press conference saying, we got him. He did all these heinous things. Didn't do any of them. They've dropped the charges. And they're just like, oh, let's quietly deport him so no one asks what we've done. Like, this is a joke. And if they are so bad, and let me tell you precedent what we do. If we ever catch real cartel members, real ones, we try them in the U.S. because they've done horrific things and they've harmed their U.S. victims. That's why El Chapo was I mean, did we deport El Chapo for Mexico to deal with it? No, he stood like we have gang members stand trial. Remember when we got the heads of the Zeta cartel and there was a huge trial in Texas because they've harmed U.S. citizens in horrible ways. We try them here. It's called due process for the victims. The American people elected the Trump administration to solve this problem. And you know why? And I don't disagree with that. People said it was a problem because you all can't read or do math. That's why. You guys believed it was a problem. Now, I, through data, have shown that prior to Trump coming in office, this was no longer statistically a problem. Encounters at the U.S. border had been reduced by 75% between June 2024 and December 2024. Thanks, Joe Biden. Before Trump even came in office. Now it's 100% not a problem. The average encounters in the last few marches was 155,000 monthly encounters. There was like 7,500 last month. This is not a national emergency. There is no emergency at the southern border. There are not people sneaking in. Nothing is happening. If there are so many criminals running around, why do you guys keep arresting innocent people? This is a giant joke. To say the administration, and if you ever wondered if the administration valued due process at all, to say the administration must observe due process, that's what JD Vance is saying. This is a lawyer. Is to beg the question, what process is due is a function of our resources, the public interest, the status of the accused, the proposed punishment, and so many other factors. To put it in concrete terms, imposing the death penalty on American citizens requires more legal process than deporting an illegal alien to their country of origin. He's basically making an argument that no one gets due process. If your feet are on U.S. soil, you get due process. Period. This is a lawyer making an extrajudicial argument, saying, who cares what the law says? Who cares what the Constitution says? We know 90% of these people you said were deported without due process under the Alien Enemies Act have no criminal record. They're not who you said they were. They're just brown people. When the media and the far left obsess over an MS-13 gang member and demand that he be returned to the United States for a third deportation hearing, again, that's a lie. What they're really saying is that they want the majority of illegal aliens to stay here permanently. No, that's not what anyone's saying. What we're saying is anyone whose feet touch U.S. soil get due process. And he had his day in court. This is just a series of lies. Oh my God. And it goes on. Here's a useful task. Ask the people weeping over the lack of due process what precisely they propose for dealing with Biden's millions and millions of illegals. Another lie. And with reasonable resource and administrative judge constraints, does their solution allow us to deport at least a few million people per year? No. We had solutions for all of this in the bipartisan border bill. We need more border judges. Trump is giving money to private prison groups to disappear people, billions and billions of dollars, and not giving anyone, not lowering the cost of housing, not making healthcare easily accessible. He's spending our tax dollars on disappearing and housing people in other countries. Anyways, I can't take any more of JD Vance's lies, but here, Aaron Reichlin Melnick responded to this, and he said the 20 million claim is totally made up. As VP Vance is welcome to check his own government records, the actual number is close to 25 to 30% of that, which I said, and most were not let in. They entered unlawfully, sought asylum, and were released because of longstanding resource limits. Absolutely. So again, and so he's attacking this like I'm saying how many undocumented immigrants there are estimated to be in the U.S. He's saying as far as under the Biden administration, how many people crossed the border illegally and made asylum claims, right? Which is nowhere near 20 million. But again, it's not unlawful, which I'm tired of even hearing, to claim asylum. We have treaties where people who are fleeing persecution can get to U.S. soil and are allowed to claim asylum. If you don't like the law, Congress needs to change the law. But and Ro Khanna was like, and this is much longer. He was yelling for like 20 minutes about JD Vance. But listen to this. He said, in Vance's America, the police can knock on any immigrant's door, deport him to a dictatorship without due process, then wash their hands of his fate, pretending that America is powerless to free someone outside our border. JD, your affiliation with Yale Law is now a stain on the degree of every Yale graduate. I agree. You are a stain on anybody that went to Yale Law.
This is America. In Vance's America, police can knock on any immigrant's door, deport him to a dictatorship without due process, and then wash their hands of his fate, pretending that America is powerless to free someone outside our borders. That's what they did with Abrego. That's what they've done with Murlo Gutierrez, a 19-year-old Venezuelan who may have no criminal record and whose heartbroken father is searching for him in vain. Let me say this as clearly as I can. JD Vance, your cold indifference to the lives of vulnerable immigrants betrays every principle that this law school was built upon. In Vance's America.
I showed you that 19-year-old on Monday. That's another one they found like after the fact, after the 60-minute piece that said, 75% of these people have no criminal records. That 19-year-old is one of the examples of, in addition, wait, like he's a 19-year-old that was snatched off the street, has no criminal record. He's a kid. Or, I mean, unless that nobody can find, let me just put it that way. And, now we get to the even worse part, because I already showed you one of these cases where it turns out, which now I know, ICE agents just make up lies. And I get that now. And do you guys remember I told the story of Kilmar Abrego Garcia? Because I've read the court documents. And I said, every time I tell that story and talk about how he got detained in 2019 outside of a Home Depot, I've always said, like, it's super weird, and I really hope one of those three guys standing with him was a confidential informant, because if not, it seems like they just got some random person who had nothing to do with anything who didn't know Kilmar Abrego Garcia to just say he was a gang member. Like, because none of it makes sense, and they accused him of being a gang member in a state he had never been in. So, guess what? The cop who initially attested to Abrego Garcia's alleged MS-13 membership was subsequently suspended and indicted for serious professional misconduct, sharing case info with a sex worker. This undermines Trump world smears. Listen to this. This is insane. The local detective who first accused Mr. Abrego Garcia of being a member of MS-13 was suspended from the police force and indicted merely weeks later for providing confidential information to a sex worker who was paying in exchange for sex acts. These are the people in charge of justice. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely shocked. Me too, Teresa. Absolutely not shocked. What do you know? Another creep. The Maryland police officer who formally attested to Abrego Garcia's supposed gang affiliation in 2019 when he was detained the first time, was subsequently suspended from the force for a serious transgression, giving confidential information about a case to a sex worker. This officer, apparently a senior detective on the Abrego Garcia's case in 2019, is named Ivan Mendez. According to information provided by Abrego Garcia's lawyer at the time, Lucia Curiel, who is also a member of his current legal team, Mendez was subsequently indicted for this offense, pleaded guilty, and received probation. This explains, and this is what I was saying when I was reading the court documents, this explains a big mystery in Mr. Abrego Garcia's case. When his lawyers in 2019 went to interview the detective who claimed a confidential informant confidential informant, accused him of being an MS-13, they found out he was suspended. That's why no one could ever figure out, like, who was this CI? Like, how do you know? Like, did you just get some random person to say it? Because the guy was missing, which that explains it. Now we know why, and it's pretty bad. What's more, it turns out Mendez was suspended in early April of 19 for, quote, I'm just reading, just giving the receipts, providing information to a commercial sex worker who was paying in exchange for sexual acts. That's according to the Prince George's County Police own announcement of his indictment, which came a year later in June of 2020. Strikingly, the information Mendez shared was related to, quote, an ongoing police investigation. Quote, this is clearly not an officer that respects rules and protocols. He just does extrajudicial things. That means things outside the law. If he's willing to do that, what else is he willing to do? Oh, that explains why he would have a CI claim the guy was part of a gang in New York, and then upon investigation, his lawyers proved he'd never been to the state of New York. That explains why none of it made any sense, because some guy who makes up shit and has no actual no actual ethics is involved in this. Mendez ultimately pleaded guilty to the charge and received probation. Anyways, this is the reality. Thanks to Greg T. Sargent, who I love, he writes for the New Republic. We know now that the only evidence that any law enforcement agency ever provided suggested that Mr. Abrego Garcia was part of a gang came from a detective indicted a few weeks later for actual misconduct. This is reality. And that's what was the other case that we found out? Oh my gosh, now I'm forgetting who it was. Another one of these people that was sent, same thing. Another police officer who turns out as a criminal. And I love this part. Just updated. So Aaron Reichlin Melnick made this awesome timeline, which I love a timeline. Right. But I pretty much said all of this, but yeah, I love this. And it will be in the outline. Chrissy's at a doctor's appointment and she's a little behind, but the outline will be up today. But you can find this timeline if you want to just isolate. Thank you for the hat. If you want to just illustrate like how ridiculous all of this is. Thank you for tapping the screen. I feel we've made it to 175K. We've slowed down a bit, but I have every faith we'll get to 200K. But I love that he made an actual, if you ever need a timeline, it is available on Aaron Reichlin Melnick's pages. I assume he posted it on Blue Sky too. Sorry, I just remembered I need to post something. Someone asked me, which by the way, yes, what would make you guys think I don't know about major stories in the news? Like when you repeatedly ask me over and over in the comments, I have ADHD, and say, did you hear about this story? Did you hear about this story? Like my life, my only job is to know everything that goes on in politics. So the answer is yes. You don't need to keep repeating it over and over. Yeah, I've heard about every story that you've heard about. My only job is to know what's going on every single day. And if you want to read more about this case I'm telling you about, it was written for newrepublic.com by Greg Sargent. This is the screenshot. And yeah, I have a lot of things to get through. If it's not in the order you like, I apologize, but I will get to things. Unless my dad is sicker than I thought, and then in which case I might not. But yeah, I've heard of very obvious headline stories of the news. Yes, I've heard of them. This was this morning. Here comes the guy who seems like his face was always just shut up with Novocaine. Tom Homan talking again, lying. The talking points of the Trump administration are pathological lies.
He wasn't abducted. He's an MS-13 gang member, classified as a terrorist that was removed from this country. So we got rid of a dangerous person, an El Salvadoran national, was returned to the country of El Salvador, so he's home. We removed him from the United States. He's a public safety threat. That's exactly what should have happened. And I'm just disgusted that any congressional representative is going to run to El Salvador at his aid. When yesterday, I read in his state, illegal alien charged with murder was released back into the community, and not the ICE detainer wasn't honored, and ICE had to go find him in his state. In his state, the murder of Rachel Murrin yesterday. Listen to the testimony and listen to the mother on Handy last night. If you're not human, then your heart wasn't broken. It's just in his state. But rather than taking care of the constituents in his state, the victims of illegal crime in his state.
Tom Homan, okay, the answer is no. And are you saying that police in Maryland make mistakes, just like the story I just read? That's why I find this hilarious. I was like reading this story. You're saying that police in Maryland are incompetent and might, I don't know, lie or accuse people of things they didn't do or let people get out of custody that shouldn't be let out? You're making my case for me. Like, you're making Kilmar Borregos Garcia's case. That is, you're not helping, Tom Homan. You're saying, oh, people make mistakes and disappear or let people go and they shouldn't. Yeah, that's the same thing we're all saying. That's what your justice, that's what 4 different people in the DOJ, including your Trump Solicitor General, told the Supreme Court. That's what happened, that a mistake was made. And yet you're still muttering. Oh, and I love this. And Aaron Melnick responded to Tom Homan's lies and said, prove it. You've offered nothing to show he's dangerous. Not one piece of evidence. He's been here since 2011 and he's got no criminal record and has never been charged with any crime in his life. Have you no shame? I've never seen Aaron Melnick like this, and I've followed him for like 4 years. He is furious. Anyway, so just to interject, yeehaw, thank you for the hat. We're almost to 200K. And that story, Sylvia, that you're asking about, I put it in the middle of my immigration stuff because this immigration stuff gets so depressing. So I think it's soon, or at least part of it. But I like that Chris Van Hall is just giving updates. Like, this is him in the airport at 3 a.m. my time. So it was 6 a.m. Eastern. And he was like in the airport.
I'm here at the airport. I'm about to board my flight for San Salvador. The goal of this mission is to let the Trump administration, to let the government of El Salvador know that we are going to keep fighting to bring Borrego Garcia home until he returns to his family. I hope to meet with representatives of the government. I hope to have the chance to actually see Kilmar and see what his condition is. But we are going to keep fighting because this is a miscarriage of justice. The Supreme Court has ruled 9-0, that he was illegally taken out of the country and put in a prison in El Salvador. And this is about due process. This is about rule of law. What bullies do is they begin by picking on the most vulnerable. But if we get rid of the rule of law, due process in the United States, it's a short road from there to tyranny. I'm here.
Amen, Chris. Keep up the good work. Wait, did I do this twice? Oh, no. And then Aaron Melnick. And I was just about to say this, and it's like sometimes I like read things and then later, because I have such a good memory, it's like I'm like, is this my thought or did I read this somewhere? And no, I was literally about to say this, but I guess I just didn't remember where I read it. We're coming up on a month. I was literally going to say this. This is what happens when you have a photographic memory. Almost. Not, or if I had a photographic memory, I'd remember where I heard it. We're coming up on a month, and not a single person sent to Secot in El Salvador has been even allowed a phone call to confirm to loved ones that they're alive. These are human rights abuses. Yeehaw! You're saying that these people, they're detained. Why can't they contact someone? Why can't they contact a lawyer? People in prison still have the right to due process. They still have the right to a lawyer. Yes, we made it to 200K. Thank you all so, so much. That's worse than even a maximum security prison in the United States. And here it's hundreds of people with no criminal records. Hundreds of people who have done not a thing wrong, that at worst maybe deport them, are trapped in maximum security and have not been able to make a single phone call to say, I'm alive. I'm going to change the goal, yeah. And we can do that now because I think if I'm right. Oh, no. Well, I'll do it now in a second. So I think this video, and then we'll get to the It's a whistleblower, which, I mean, that goes across many things. It's pretty scary. But okay, Chris Murphy, who we love, a senator from Connecticut, made a video about Kilmar Abrego Garcia. So I'll update all the goals. Thank you for reminding me while we listen to this. And then I think next, so we break up the depressing immigration news and fear of us all being deported, is the other depressing news about the whistleblower, about Russia having all of our social security numbers. So get excited. Get excited to hear about Russia probably having all of our social security numbers.
I want to tell you why the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia should matter to you. This is an individual who came to the United States over 10 years ago. He was given protected status by a court, meaning that he could not be removed back to El Salvador because his life would be in jeopardy if he left. He's got American citizen children, American citizen wife. He's got a job here. Donald Trump ignored that court order and deported him. It was such a brazen violation of the law that the Supreme Court weighed in. In a rare 9-0 ruling, the Supreme Court said that Trump had to bring this individual back to the United States, but he still didn't do it. This is the constitutional crisis. It's the confrontation between the court saying that the president has to bring Abrego Garcia back home and Trump refusing to do it. And why should this matter to you? Because if the president has the power to jail, imprison, to deport anyone, even if they have a legal right to be here as a citizen or through protected status given by the courts, then none of us are safe. Today, it's this El Salvadorian immigrant, but tomorrow it could be you or me. This matters. This matters. This is the one power that we cannot give the president of the United States, the ability to take any of us off the street and imprison us just because the president believes he has the power, a power that he does not.
Yes, I believe the new term for us are the homegrowns. It's not funny. I have to laugh or I'm going to cry. And it's true. And Katie, I saw what you're offering in the comments. Yeah, don't brag, Katie, unless you're sharing. Don't brag, because for real, because God knows. I was like, I don't know. I'm going to get through this. And by the way, if you think that sounds hyperbolic, no, it's Trump himself who said multiple times in the White House, his attorney general confirmed that they're building extra facilities. He wants Bukele to build extra facilities so that he can jail American citizens there. And I know you're thinking like, that's not legal. Oh, don't you worry. I did a little deep dive into all this, and I already can tell you the legal I don't want to scare anyone. Let's just talk about Russia having all of our social security. That's the new light news. The light news is that Russia has breached and has all of our personal information. So we'll just save it. But don't worry. I did a deep dive into how we're all going to El Salvador in prison camps. It's not going to be great. But I'll just give you, so if you don't know about this whistleblower and what people are talking about, and if you're also like, what the F is the NLRB? It's the National Labor Relations Board. This is the same board Trump tried to fire that black woman, and then she won her seat back there. They handle union stuff. Oh, God. Actually, I'm just going to let her tell it because this is just... Everyone remain calm. But this is I think what the lesson is, because I have this and then hopefully it's loading because it took me a long time to record. First is the informational piece that Rachel did. And then Rachel actually had the whistleblower come on, which he's a brave man. And so I actually have that piece as well. And I need to make sure it's loaded to the presentation. But the good news, here's the thing. Hope is contagious. Just like courage is, right? Bernie and AOC are out there spreading hope. And why we need whistleblowers to do things like this is because courage is contagious. Do you know how many federal employees probably know something like this, probably have access to information like this, and are absolutely terrified to come forward right now? And every time one person does, it gives everyone else courage. Courage is contagious. So remember that. And we're all in this together. Let's laugh so we don't cry. And tap the screen. I'll update everything now.
Part of what is now emerging is that they've been in these government systems because they're trying to use the government to hurt people as much as they can. So, for example, it turns out they were messing with all the information on international students in a government database so they could target individual international students to snatch them off the street and arrest them and throw them in immigration prisons. Turns out they were messing with sensitive systems inside the IRS and the Treasury, at least in part, so they could use that data to go after immigrants as well. Turns out they were messing with sensitive systems inside the social.
Oh, sorry. Someone said something funny, so I just have to. Who said that? Yeah, exactly, Kristen. But TikTok is a national security problem. But we need to worry about China. Does anyone remember that? God, and Trump keeps talking about the enemy within. It's him. It's you all. It's billionaires. You are the enemy within.
Security Administration, because they have taught themselves that one way you can really destroy people's lives in this country is if you take the names of living people and declare them dead.
By the way, if you don't understand that, and thank you so much. If I talked about this briefly, that, they literally like dragged someone out of the IRS office and like now they have tax information of immigrants. They're using that information, like the ITIN numbers, to then declare those people dead, which you basically can't live. You can't live in American society once you've been declared dead. Yeah. I mean, this is real life.
We've now got a brand new set of allegations that we've never encountered before, thanks to a whistleblower in IT who has the technical skills to actually see what they're doing and who has now come forward to Congress and to the Office of Special Counsel, which protects whistleblowers. He has come forward to explain something else that he believes these guys are doing that we didn't know before. NPR was first to break this story today. Reporter Jenna McLaughlin publishing a more than 7,000-word piece citing more than 30 sources. But the core of the story is based on a whistleblower disclosure from an IT staffer at the National Labor Relations Board named Daniel Barulis. And last month, Mr. Barulis says that DOJ staffers arrived at the headquarters of the National Labor Relations Board.
Just want to say, this is why NPR and PBS are losing funding. They're losing federal funding because they're doing actual investigative journalism, because they're telling the truth. If you don't know, this is one of Trump's latest things, is to defund NPR and PBS. There's soon probably going to be independent publications reliant on donations because their federal grants are going to dry up. Because anyone who tells the truth, you aren't allowed to be funded by the government any longer. This is authoritarian fascism.
Can't be positive they were from DOJ, but whoever they were, he says they accessed National Labor Relations Board data systems for about a week. And then they deleted the accounts they had created in order to work in those systems. Now, what's in those systems? Well, National Labor Relations Board has a lot of internal data that's really sensitive. The point of that agency is they adjudicate labor complaints at various companies. So their internal systems include a lot of really sensitive proprietary data about U.S. companies and about their employees and about unions and about whistleblowers. It includes really sensitive stuff like witness testimony and legal.
Just imagine, you're like, okay, what does this mean? Imagine you've ever made a complaint against a corporation, like accusing them of workplace violations, labor violations. A lot of people would report that to the National Labor Relations Board. Now Elon Musk, now Jeff Bezos, all of this information. If you've ever had the nerve, that's why. And people always said to me, why won't you report? I can't legally talk about this. Sorry, I signed an NDA. Anyways, if you've ever worked for a corporation, it's not, people would always tell me like, you should do something about this. Like, why wouldn't you talk about it? It's like, because what happens if they know who you are and you are saying something is nothing good. And now the National Labor Relations Board that basically fields these complaints of people saying, hey, I don't feel safe. I'm scared. Like, here's what's going on at this company I work for. They have all of their names.
Information about ongoing cases. He believes DOJ staffers took steps to make sure that whatever they did while they were inside the systems at the agency was not logged. So in the internal data systems of the agency, there were no traceable records of what they did inside the system because they configured their access to the system in ways that they could either manually or automatically remove traces of what they had done. But while they were in there,
if you're doing something legal, you don't hide what you're doing. Do you understand? Let me help you. You don't cover up what you're doing. If it's fine, you are effing doing it. Very obviously, someone intentionally breached the system, stole all the data, and then covered it up. There's no cover up if there's not a crime. Have you ever heard the term, the cover up is the crime? That's what it is. I mean, that's why they say it. If you have not committed a crime, you don't need to cover anything up.
Willis says there was a large exfiltration of data, almost all text files. To give you a sense of how unusual this was for the agency, this screenshot from Mr. Baroulis's disclosure shows that large spike in outbound traffic leaving the agency and how unusual it was compared to normal activity on their systems. He says the logs that should have shown what that was just attributed that large exfiltration of data to a deleted account. And he says the location where the data went had been obscured. There was no listing as to where the data went. Mr. Baroulis then found that while these people were inside the system, they had disabled the core security systems that keep the agency's systems and data secure and private. Someone had disabled controls that would prevent insecure or unauthorized mobile devices from logging onto the system without the proper security settings. There was an interface exposed to the public internet, potentially allowing malicious actors access to the NLRB's systems. Internal alerting and monitoring systems were found to be manually turned off, and multi-factor authentication was disabled. I noticed increased logins blocked by our access policy due to those logins being out of the country. For example, in the days after Doge accessed NLRB's systems, we noticed a user with an IP address in Russia started trying to log in. Those attempts were blocked, but they were especially alarming. Whoever was attempting to log in was using one of the newly created accounts that were used in the other Doge-related activities. It appeared they had the correct username and password. Now, these attempted logins from Russia were only stopped, quote, due to our no out-of-country logins policy. But there were more than 20 such attempts. And what is particularly concerning is that many of these login attempts occurred within 15 minutes of those accounts being created by Doge engineers.
It's not like, I want to explain to you what probably happened here. And like, I'm not an engineer, but I'm pretty technically sound. I don't want you to think this was Russia, right? This was Doge. Doge basically came in, tore down all the security systems, turned off double authentication. And how would people in Russia, and I'm not saying, because obviously you can have a VPN on, right? Like if you're downloading data and you don't want them to know it's Doge, maybe you have a Russian VPN on to like say, so we will think it's Russians. I don't know. But like, do you see what we're saying? Like, hey, within the time that Doge is creating these new logins, turning off double verification, then all of a sudden these accounts are trying to log in from another country. That could be a distraction, but 100% Doge did this.
Mr. Baroulis says that within the agency, they saw enough to convene a formal review of what they perceived to be a serious breach, a theft of the agency's sensitive data. They started their formal review. They prepared a request to CISA, the cybersecurity agency at Homeland Security, to help them investigate. As that process of requesting help from CISA was underway, Mr. Baroulis got a personal threat. Quote, in the days after Baroulis and his colleagues prepared a request for CISA's help investigating the breach, Baroulis found a printed letter in an envelope taped to his door, which included threatening language, sensitive personal information, and overhead pictures of him walking his dog. It is unclear who sent it, but the letter made specific reference to his decision to report the breach. Law enforcement is investigating the letter.
I mean, what could go? No reason. Everyone, let's just take some deep. Maybe we'll start this part of this live will be minutes of deep breathing. Maybe that's what the point we're at now, where now we need like a couple minutes of just deep breathing. Maybe I should just start doing ASMR in between stories. Let me just I'll be like, tap the screen. It's okay. Everything's going to be okay. Probably not. It's probably not. You're deep breathing. It's probably not going to be okay. It's okay. Is it working? Everything's going to be okay. Tap the screen. Everyone tap the screen. It's not going to probably be okay. I wish I could say it was. Look, it's working. It's working, you guys. It's working. I got a corgi too. Maybe my future. Maybe my future is it is. This is why people are like, "Did you hear about the whistleblower?" I'm like, "Why are you so eager for me to get to the most horrific part of?" Wait, and I was like, "See, you needed a break from immigration. Like, isn't this what you want?" Hold on, wait. I don't want to say it gets better, and by better, I mean it depends on your outlook on life. Hold on. I need to see. I gotta find the rest of this. Oh, I thought I didn't know you guys could see. Oops. What by better I mean it's good that we have this information. That's what I mean by better. It's what do we not want to know? We need to know. But yeah, so the actual whistleblower. Which, God, this is what I mean. Courage is contagious. And there are countless federal workers that have information like this that are terrified. And so we should be thankful that this man has like the bravery to show up and do this.
Accessed by users in Russia. Notably, within minutes of Doge personnel creating user accounts in NLRB systems, on multiple occasions, someone or
say something funny. Thank you for the super chat on YouTube, Maxwell. Doge Cloud's leaving all our data out in the open and acting like organized crime. Exactly. I mean, that's why he got a bunch of 19-year-old tech kids to do a bunch of things that no sane person who understands the Constitution would ever do.
Something within Russia attempted to log in using all of the valid credentials, usernames and passwords. This, combined with verifiable data being systematically exfiltrated to unknown servers within the United States and perhaps abroad, merits investigation. Joining us now is NLRB whistleblower Daniel Baroulis and his attorney, Andrew Bakay. Mr. Baroulis, Mr. Bakay, I really appreciate you being.
Get to 250K. Keep tapping the screen. This poor guy. You could tell, like, he has severe PTSD. Watch how, like, you can barely, I don't know. I feel bad for him.
Here, I'm sure this is a stressful time for both of you and a stressful experience being on national TV talking about it. I really appreciate your trust to do this.
Thank you for having us on.
So, Mr. Baroulis, let me ask you about some of the pushback that we've had here. NLRB said in a statement that Doge didn't access National Labor Relations Board data. They said that Doge never had access specifically even to the building in which National Labor Relations Board is housed. What's your response to that statement from the agency? We're having a hard time sort of making heads or tails of it.
I totally get that. I think it's an initial knee-jerk reaction. The truth is it was almost immediate after they got notice of this. There's not going to be corroborating evidence like I presented that they're going to be able to present to back up these. What I did is I tried to prove the negatives along the way, and I compartmentalized the investigation. So as part of this, I definitely was careful to not say anything that wasn't true or include anything that I couldn't back up with secondary sources. And so
we're hearing is this man is very intelligent. Not only was he gathering evidence, he's proving the negatives along the way and then backing up his research with secondary sources.
I think if we can get the right people in here for transparency, I would absolutely love it if I was wrong about this. It's just we need other people we need real forensic analysis, and that's what we were trying to do with the cert.
And that goes back to what we requested, which is an independent investigation, because again, Dan provided not only what he saw, but the forensic details to back up his concerns. And so part and parcel of an investigation is to, of course, speak to others, and there will be other individuals who will be able to corroborate what Dan saw, because they saw it themselves.
In terms of what you witnessed, you presented this screenshot showing what appears to be a large surge in data leaving the agency. For people who aren't familiar with what the NLRB does and what kind of data that might be, what is the sensitivity of the kinds of data that's housed in NLRB systems? What worries you about that potentially being exfiltrated to parts unknown?
Sure, absolutely. So what we're looking at there in the picture is the outgoing data out of from our internal network. There's also correlating.
What does it mean when it spikes up like that? Could someone tell me what it means when all the data suddenly leaves? Have you ever seen a graph look like that? That's all the data leaving right there. Has anyone ever seen a graph? That's where all the data is exfiltrated. I mean, graphs don't usually look like that.
Spike in the outgoing data from the database that houses our internal case data. So things like proprietary company secrets, union organizer names, private affidavits of unfair labor practice complainants. These are things that traditionally would be kept in a judicial system behind lock and key, and not anything to do with efficiency for sure.
Why?
And he's saying not anything to do with government efficiency. He's saying anyone who's ever made a labor complaint. This is what Elon Musk, all he has done is destroy agencies who were investigating him for different reasons. Now he exfiltrated the data of anyone who's ever made a labor complaint. The National Labor Relations Board handles labor complaints. It has nothing to do with government efficiency. Why would you take all that data? It's the people who filed union complaints, labor complaints, whistleblowers, people who need to be protected. It's all gone. That's the reality. I mean, that's what we're talking about. Keep tapping the screen. I mean, I think there's probably one person tapping the screen right now, and I do appreciate you continuing to tap the screen. Whoever that one person is, can we all help them out and also tap the screen? Keep tapping the screen. Yeah, OSHA complaints, that's what the National Labor Relations Board does. They hear labor complaints. When you can't get your company to listen to you, union stuff. I mean, that's why these whistleblowers are confidential. All of that is now, somebody took it all. I wonder why they would do that.
Why would the security systems that protect the secrecy and the sort of sanctity of that data ever be disabled? Is there a sort of good faith reason that somebody would allow insecure mobile devices to access that data, or remove multi-factor authentication for people who are trying to access those data? Those security systems being disabled within NLRB's systems, to me, just seem completely inexplicable. At least they don't seem like the sort of thing that could be done in a good faith sort of way. But am I missing something? Is that something that IT professionals do for other reasons?
No, you're absolutely correct. They're considered indicators of compromise. And the people that I work with are very meticulous. They're borderline OCD, and these aren't mistakes that I've ever seen them make before. So for all these controls to be off, in this small amount of time, it doesn't speak to it being accidental.
Once you and your colleagues decided, sorry, go ahead, Mr. Buckeye.
No, and one of the things that I also want to point out to you, because you did an outstanding job, Rachel, in going over exactly how foreign intelligence likely was able to try and access NLRB databases. This is more than just the NLRB. Dan is here because he's been brave enough to come forward with what he saw, what he witnessed.
Is having a PTSD attack. Look, just as somebody who's been diagnosed with PTSD, I cannot express to you how his body language, I think Dan is forgetting to breathe. In my worst PTSD moments, that's how I am. I have to think in my head, oh my God, you haven't breathed for a minute, to breathe. That's how scared he is.
What he can actually establish through forensic data. We have heard from others there are many people like Dan, but who are afraid to come forward. And we've also heard that in addition to how the systems were being treated by DOGE within NLRB, what we've also seen is that these systems were also connected to Starlink. Now, why is Starlink critical? Starlink is critical because the information that flows through Starlink goes directly to Russia. What has happened was back in last year, the Department of Defense has stopped using Starlink in any way, shape, or form because that is viewed as a direct pipeline there. And this is something that is also being seen in other agencies, not just NLRB. The other thing that's really concerning is that, and I don't want to say that this was done intentionally, it could be done unintentionally by accident by those who are working within DOGE, which is they have allowed certain specific critical infrastructure in other agencies, such as within the Department of Energy, where you have nuclear regulatory agencies overseeing our nuclear stockpile, et cetera, where that has been now opened to the open internet. So critical infrastructure throughout the country has unfortunately been provided access to the open internet, which means our foreign adversaries like Russia can and may have access to all of that. So the way that I would frame this is that what Dan is seeing and what others like Dan are seeing within our government is that this is like Chernobyl and them seeing the control systems light up post meltdown. This is where we are. Yep.
Let me be clear on the issue of
unclear what Chernobyl is. That's when a nuclear reactors, which you can watch many documentaries on this, possibly were overheated on purpose, which caused one of the biggest disasters of all time. Yeah, that's what this is where we're now at. And I mean, whatever. Not whatever. I just, laugh so you don't cry. Let's just keep tapping the screen as if this is a normal day. I don't know where else to go from here.
Foreign access to NLRB systems. What you saw, Dan, is a Russian IP address. So you can spoof an IP address. It could be somebody pretending to be in Russia and not actually being there. Attempting to log into these systems in very close proximity to the time that DOGE was creating, DOGE, as you say, was creating accounts in order to access these systems. But there's no proof of who that was, or if in fact that was, a foreign intelligence service or even a foreign actor, right? It was just a Russian IP address, right?
So there are some caveats, but to the effect, yes, it was the same geolocation multiple times, and it's just one of the small factors that adds up to the bigger picture. You have one of these, you consider it maybe a fluke, but you have 40 or 50 of these indicators, and the bigger picture becomes clear.
Let me ask you about the threat that you received, Dan. You and your colleagues at NLRB had decided to pursue a formal investigation into what you regarded as a breach of the data and systems at your agency. You prepared a request to CISA at the Department of Homeland Security to help you with that investigation. And then you received a threat at your home where you live?
Where I hadn't lived long either. I've only been there 2 months. The only place that I've actually updated that address is in the OPM database for my payroll with the government. I haven't even updated my bank card yet. So
can you tell us about
grasping that? Nobody knows where this man lives but the government, is what he just shared with you. Nobody knows where this man lives but the United States government.
The character of the threat?
I think it was vague enough to not be. Can I just?
I can jump in there for Dan because this is actually quite difficult for him to talk about because it is quite personal. So this is a letter.
Dan's going to hyperventilate, so now his lawyer has to speak. Nothing's weird going on in America. Everyone it's the people that sit by and do nothing that are complicit in what's happening.
Somebody had drafted, and within the letter, there was specific information about Dan that can only be obtained through, for example, internal databases within the government. Because it's not anything, and we've had individuals conduct an investigation. We've had our own investigative team conduct an investigation to see whether or not any of this is really easily accessible online, and it's not. And so there is information that very few individuals would know. It could be something that was submitted to the government on an SF-86, a security clearance background investigation, et cetera. And the fact that he's only been at this residence for 2 months or less. We have that. We have the fact that somebody literally figured out where he lives, taped this note to his door, and flew a drone above him while he was walking his dog. I mean, I've only seen this once or twice in the years where I've represented whistleblowers or conducted investigations like this. When I saw this made me pause and get concerned about Dan and what's going on. And this is pure and simple witness and whistleblower intimidation, because this came forward before we even filed anything with the government, which means that somebody was monitoring his use of systems within the government, which for me is an indicator as to where this is coming from. And the funny thing is that this was clearly done to intimidate him, to stop him from coming forward, but it didn't. And the reason why Dan came forward is not just to ensure that the truth comes out, but that other folks like him have the courage to come forward, because a lot of people believe or think that something is amiss, that this is happening within our agencies, within our government. But guess what? It is. And we have the evidence to establish that. And we need other people to come forward, because you know what? And one of my colleagues has said this once in the past, and it's so true. Courage is contagious. And this is in part why Dan is here and speaking with you today, not behind a silhouette or a screen, but directly to you today and to everybody. So that way we can hear what's actually.
Looks like he's about to be physically ill. If Dan can do this, we can do this. Do you understand what I'm saying? It is our job to now support Dan. Does Dan have Dan needs support. Dan looks physically ill. Like, I would be too. Courage is contagious. And that's why he can barely function as a human, and he's still sitting here. Like, this is what I'm saying. We need to support people that have the courage to support us. Like, he's doing this for us. I know we should, not find him, like scare the shit out of him. But I don't know. What does he need? Legal money? We should look into it. Someone should look into it, because these are the people. And do you guys, this was a while ago, but when I still did lives with Jay, I think it was back in August. I was talking, like, everyone's like, why do you care about this? I was like doing this financial, following the money, doing this financial investigation into the fact that there's a fund, there's millions and millions and millions of dollars that is being funded by conservative billionaires to get anyone that helps Trump out of legal trouble. And I said, we need a legal fund on the left for people like him, like Dan, like creators who are going to be disappeared into other countries, like anybody that will stand up to Trump, who's going to need a large amounts of money to fight legally in court. And that's what I think somebody needs. If you're wondering, like, how can I help? What can I do? That I think there's a huge need. What do you mean it didn't help Rudy? Daisy, then you have no idea what's going on with Rudy. At the very last minute, Rudy has no problems. Someone paid millions of dollars to get Rudy out of trouble. Yeah, it did help Rudy. Well, I don't think you have any idea what you're talking about. Rudy owed a lot of money to a lot of people, and somebody paid it. It absolutely did help him. Like, the day they were coming to collect him, he was late to court for hours, and he owed millions and millions of dollars. And he was supposed to give up his New York condo and all of these things. Someone mysteriously paid all of it off. It absolutely did help him. If you commit crimes for Trump, there is a legal fund to help you. I keep saying that. And that's what I'm trying to say. We need to have a way to help people who do the right thing.
Happening. I agree. It's really to the point of where I feel like there's a culture of fear in the government right now that we're trying to
When heard about that? Well, I talked about it on this live the day that Rudy didn't show up to court and everyone was wondering where he was. And then all of a sudden, Trump tweeted free Rudy. And an hour later, it was reported that all of his legal problems, the hundreds of millions he owed Ruby Freeman and her daughter, had been paid anonymously. I talked about it on this live. I can't do much more than report on it and show all the proof. No one knows who did it. The settlement was reached anonymously.
Bad. And by coming forward and standing up, even with this happening, I feel like fear and apathy are the death of democracy. And we can kind of, fight that if somebody's able to just show that they can do this and it's okay. I have plenty of other friends at other agencies that are terrified right now to come forward with what they have. And my hope is that they see this and they're able to do that now.
One of the things that Dan has told me is that he hopes that he's wrong.
Absolutely.
This is not something that we want to be the case, but we've been able to stress test this not just through Dan's own research and investigation, but through subject matter experts with whom we've worked in preparing this disclosure. And so what we're asking for is an investigation, somebody to look at this and take this seriously. Because you know what? There's personal identifiable information affecting American citizens that's flying out from the United States government, likely to Russia. But if that's not enough, then it's our national security. I mean, at some point, we all have to collectively wake up and say no and rebuild. Because unfortunately, I'm concerned that we're in a place where we can't undo what has been done, but we can know what happened, who did something wrong, hold people accountable, even if it's, at some point in time in the future, and rebuild, because that's where we need to be.
And again, the request here is for an independent investigation by law enforcement and Congress. National Labor Relations Board whistleblower Daniel Baroulis and attorney Andrew Bakay. Mr. Baroulis, as I said at the outset,
Ian, I could not agree more. I don't know what we're going to do about it, but I mean, I agree. Someone just said Judge Bowen just found the government and Trump in criminal contempt of court. And I'm just going to pose a question. What do you think that means? Who controls the Department of Justice? If someone's found in contempt of court, what happens next? I'm just asking you to think about that. Then the Department of Justice would do something now. Who controls the Department of Justice? Oh yeah, Pam Bondi. Like I'm just asking everyone to think about it. I mean, I'm not saying I think the courts need to do and say whatever they want. Well, and we'll get back to this. Now that we've got this great news about God knows where all our information is, and God help all of the whistleblowers whose labor rights have ever been violated because all of their private information, all of their cases, all of that stuff, someone is now in someone's hands. And I expect their lives are not going to be pleasant from here on out. But yeah, let's get back on immigration. And everyone's convinced. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know if Pam Bondi will be disbarred by the Florida bar, because think about it. I want you to think about that because, yeah, I mean, we've seen Rudy and other people get disbarred in some jurisdictions, but do you understand how long disbarring takes, how many hearings there are? I learned this from watching John Eastman's and Rudy Giuliani. Like that, I mean, it takes like years to disbar a person. I'm not saying don't email the bar, but if you think that's going to do something like initially, and also, some of the most powerful people in law have already caved to Trump. So I don't know. Are they going to take up that case and then be terrorized by Trump? I'm just asking everyone to think about what they're saying. Like, what will happen? I do want Trump to be held in contempt of court. I want to say that. And if he is, great. I don't think what does that mean? Let me just give you an example. Like if someone's held in contempt of court in a court proceeding, and it depends on then what if a judge holds someone in contempt, there could be a fine. You could spend the night in jail. You could spend weeks in jail, right? But you tell me who enforces any of that. Not the judicial system. It's the DOJ, right? Then people who work for Trump have to hold them accountable. So I just want to be clear. I'm glad federal lawyers are getting tough on Trump or implying they may hold him in contempt or whatever the F is doing. But the only thing that is going to happen is this will end up back at the Supreme Court. That's where, and actually, since we're now done with let me show you a clip, which I have so much immigration news to talk about, but let me just show you something. Like, I love Glenn Kirshner. He's one of my favorite federal prosecutors of all time. And he's right. The only logical thing, like, the federal courts can say anything they want. This will end up back with the Supreme Court. And then they'll say something. And then if Trump denies that, I don't know. You tell me. What happens? Who enforces what the Supreme Court says? Then the only logical next step is that somebody in Congress grows a spine and impeaches them. I mean, I don't know. Like, you tell me. Like, if we've never seen that happen. If someone defies a Supreme Court order a second time, he's already defying a Supreme Court order. What happens? Like, that's why I say keep contacting Congress people. Like, this is eventually the only one that has, like, the most, not to say the federal judiciary used to be a real check on the executive branch, but now I'm learning that's as long as someone's sane enough to listen. If you're not sane enough to care and sane enough to listen, is the federal judiciary, is the Supreme Court a check on the executive branch if they ignore it? Who has impeachment power? It's Congress. That's why we have to convince people in Congress to wake the F up or get rid of every single one of them that won't. But yeah, listen, this is Glenn Kirshner. He's a lawyer, former federal prosecutor. And I think when I was thinking about this earlier today, he's right.
So friends, what now? What will the next 24 to 48 hours bring in the Garcia case? The Trump administration is doubling down on its intent to violate both the U.S. Constitution and a federal court order. This case is headed back to the Supreme Court. And if the Supreme Court lets this lie, this is precisely the signal they will be sending. They will say the Trump administration can grab anybody they want, send them to prisons in foreign lands, direct those foreign governments to imprison those people, and there's not a damn thing the courts or anybody else can do about it. That is what the Supreme Court will be enabling, and thereby will be encouraging if they let this lie. So they better not let this lie. Because justice matters.
Well, they can't remove unit. Daisy says they could re-rule on the immunity ruling. No, they're not going to do that. They don't have the votes to do that. Why would Chief Justice John Roberts go against his own immunity ruling when he has a majority on the court? That's not going to happen. I'm just saying the only place this will end up again is the Supreme Court. And it just depends on their egos. Are they mad enough that he doesn't care what they say? Or are they in cahoots with them? Are they writing purposefully vague orders to give him, like, legal runway? I'm trying to explain this to you. I've read every word of the Supreme Court's 9-0 order. The real problem is, once somebody is outside the U.S., which I totally agree, anytime Trump wants that guy back, he can call him and get him back. He does not want him back. And what the legal argument, what the problem is the Supreme Court has no jurisdiction outside the U.S. That is the problem. They cannot affect foreign policy. Now, what can they do to Trump? What can they say or do to Trump for ignoring them? I don't know. We will have to see. But, you have to, think through these things. What does happen? I don't know. That's why I said 1 week from today, and this is just a good reminder of time because now there's more people in here. Facts still matter, Steve. USMC Angry Veteran Matt and I are going to be doing a live on the erosion of democracy and the Constitution in this country. It will be a night live, which is very irregular, I know. And it will be at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. And the artwork, Cootery's doing the artwork for it and it's not done. But again, 1 week from today, this is the stuff we're going to address. Trump has violated the Constitution over and over and over, and Congress and the Supreme Court seems absolutely unwilling to hold him accountable. But this is going to lead up to more stuff. Yeah, it's just our first run at it. But we'll be doing more lives with more people. But I mean, that's the point. We're out of time. Democracy is already over. I mean, it might be too late, but the point is to dig our heels in now and fight, because we are outside any known precedent, any reality, anything that makes any sense. So that's what I want you to think about when you're like, oh, they're saying they might declare someone in contempt, blah, blah, blah. I mean, what does any of it mean if he doesn't listen? Do you understand how many federal court orders he's already defied? He's already doing it. Like the logical, especially with this, because the Supreme Court ruled 9-0 that he needs to facilitate the return of this guy. The only people who really matter at this point, I mean, like Judge Zinnes can torture them and be like, hey, I need more information. Like, you guys think you're going to have a day off? No, I'm going to continue bringing you back to court and hold you accountable. But it's ultimately the Supreme Court that's going to have to say something. And it can't be vague, and it can't be like, oh, we ruled 9-0, but we wrote a bunch of vague stuff that's not really clear. Like, they're going to have to say something very clear. Yes. Again, and I'll have artwork with the time and date soon. Cootery's making it. But again, 1 week from today, what time is it? It's 2:11. So 1 week from today, in like an hour and, oh God, don't make me do math, 49 minutes, we will start the live. 4 p.m. Pacific time, 7 p.m. Eastern, and I'll send reminders in the Discord, and we're going to be doing a live. And this is because we are out of effing time. Either we all get loud and speak up, or, I don't know what else there is at this point, because I don't know where we go. But I think Glenn Kirshner is right. This has to end up back with the Supreme Court at some point. And actually, on that note, I have a lot of things I need to show you guys on this. Which, let's lighten the mood for a second, because God knows this is getting dark. It is dark. All of it is dark. But sorry, it's just I have to make these outlines, and I have to watch all this stuff, and that's why I'm like, I get it. We all want something to happen. I want something to happen too. I just logically am not going to say something's happened, because I've thought about this. I've debated myself what will happen. I don't know what the answer is. All I know is anything that I can do, I'm going to do. But Jon Stewart did a piece on this, and I think it was really good.
As you know, we've been following the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, undocumented migrant from El Salvador, married an American woman, has a kid, living the American dream. Until the Trump administration sent him to an El Salvadorian mega prison by, and I'm quoting the Justice Department here, if I may, is an administrative error. If only there was a convenient and timely way that the prisoner could be brought back to the United States that wouldn't really inconvenience either nation.
President Bukele at the moment flying from El Salvador to Washington, D.C.
What? Saints be praised! Bukele can just give Garcia a ride. You don't even have to give Garcia the middle seat. I'm sure Garcia would just grab the wing and Tom Cruise it over here if he had to. But sadly, Bukele arrived at the White House with just the Miami club promoter clothes on his back and a pocket full of excuses.
Can President Bukele weigh in on this? Do you plan to return him?
How can I, this mogul, a terrorist of the
Never lived in Miami. I did for a year. That is the outfit of every Miami club promoter.
the United States. I don't have the power to return him to the United States.
You know, can I honestly tell you, like, this isn't even the thing that's, like, they're enjoying this. Like, the two of them. Our president, their president. Well, okay, I guess we'll just have to let him rot in a prison, even though he didn't deserve to be there. I don't, you guys don't care about this guy. I'm talking about these two, but somebody else cares about this person. And you just randomly, with no evidence that you'll show anybody, called him a terrorist. And one of the weirder parts about this is the only thing that seems to upset Trump about the entire situation is having to answer a perfectly reasonable question from Caitlin Collins about it.
You said that if the Supreme Court said someone needed to be returned, that you would abide by that. You said that on Air Force One just a few days ago. And they said that it must be facilitated.
Why don't you just say, isn't it wonderful that we're keeping criminals out of our country? Why can't you just say that? Why do you go over and over, and that's why nobody watches you anymore?
Nag, nag, nag. You sound just like the Supreme Court. Nag.
Caitlin Collins is the only person that has a spine in the press. Well, one of the only. I'm not saying the only that has a spine in the press corps. And this is an example of an insecure man using the oldest tactic in the patriarchy to discredit an intelligent woman. Oh, is that what it is? Because you don't have an answer, you're doing something illegal? So she must be a woman with a tiny brain. That's got to be what it was, right? I mean, that's the only thing it could be. It couldn't be that you're an idiot who's a criminal. I mean, that's the obvious answer. Or Caitlin Collins has a tiny brain. She doesn't. So we can just deduce through deduction what's going on there. Insecure men.
And that's why nobody watches you anymore.
Nag, nag, nag. You sound just like the Supreme Court. Nag, nag. But fear not, America. For every time a lamestream media journalist gets shunned, an ass-kissy one gets its wings.
Do you have a question, please?
Mr. President, thank you so much. You scored another major investment win this morning when NVIDIA pledged to build its AI supercomputer, the first time ever, right here in the United States.
That's a question I like. That's true.
Yeah, that's not a question.
An actual Trump, this is the point. I want to be clear, and data bears this out. The people that Trump believes are smart could not find their way out of a paper bag. He fills up the press corps with mediocre white men failing up who are terrified to ask a real question and are not actually journalists. That was not even a question. That was, hey, here's something cool I'm giving you credit for. That's the opposite of someone we want in the press corps. We want people in the press corps that ask accurate, real, hard-hitting questions, or at least we used to, right? The person with the tiny brain is this guy and the weirdo that asked that question.
I guess it's your favorite kind of question, a compliment. But rest easy, Americans, if there's one thing we all know, it's that first they come for the undocumented migrants, and as long as nobody speaks out, they stop.
You mentioned that you're open to deporting individuals that aren't foreign aliens but are criminals to El Salvador. Does that include potentially U.S. citizens, fully naturalized Americans?
If it's a homegrown criminal, I have no problem. I'm talking about really bad people. Really bad people.
He's going to do that to U.S. citizens. I think the hosts of The View are about to get administratively errored. I got to tell you, I did not think he would get this authoritarian this fast. I really didn't. I'm sorry. Who could have known? Maybe if somebody out there had yelled at me on Blue Sky about this, I would have known. But no one did. Except every day. In all caps.
I love Jon Stewart. It's true. If only there was a group of people that said exactly this was going to happen. Now, where are those? Oh, yeah, I was one of them. If only there was a group of people who were constantly told they were being hyperbolic while accurately, and I was going to say predicting, but it's not predicting. I can just read. All of this was in writing. It's just that most people in this country can't or refuse to read. So yeah, that's what happened there. I love Sawyer Hackett. He's the best. I talk about him infrequently, but find Sawyer Hackett's on Substack. He's on Blue Sky. He's all over the internet. He's a reporter and he's great. And I really like the angle he talks about this with. If you don't know, Kilmar Abrego Garcia was part of a union. He's a union. He's part of a union in the United States. He was working in construction for years and years and years. And so I think that this was class solidarity is how we beat Trump. Like, this is Sawyer Hackett's point, and I can't agree more. It's not about race. It's not about who do you have sex with. It's not about what gender do you identify as. It's, hey, we all have nothing, and there's a bunch of people with a lot of something who are robbing us. Class solidarity is how we defeat Donald Trump, period.
To me, this clip sums up the entire fight of the Trump era. But I need to put it in context first. Trump and Republicans' entire message on immigration is built around pitting us against one another. They want us to believe that immigrants like Kilmar Abrego Garcia are here to steal a finite amount of jobs, resources, and opportunities available to Americans. But anyone who's worked with immigrants knows that that's not true. They're hardworking, entrepreneurial, patriotic. As corny as it sounds, they come here seeking a better life because America is the land of opportunity, and we should be proud of that. That's why this clip stood out to me. This is the president of the National Building Trades Union, the union that represents most of the construction workers in the United States, standing up for Kilmar Abrego Garcia, a union apprentice.
We need to make our voices heard. We're not red, we're not blue. We're the building trades, the backbone of America. We built a $5 billion, you want to build a $5 billion data center? Want more six-figure careers with health care retirement and no college debt? You don't call Elon Musk, you call us. North America's building trades unions. And yeah, that means all of us, including our brother, smart apprentice, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who we demand to be returned to us and his family now. Bring him home.
That's not some liberal activist. That's the head of one of the largest unions standing up for one of his workers who was illegally disappeared to a foreign prison camp without any due process. But more importantly, he's showing how we beat Trump and the authoritarian oligarchy. They use race, gender, and sexual orientation to divide their opposition. But this message of class solidarity, working people standing up for working people, that's how we keep the pro-democracy, pro-worker majority in this country united. To me, this
love Sawyer Hackett. And that is like, this is the line of logic we need to be on. And I mean, I've been preaching it. I don't know if everyone's getting it, but when I say, I don't care, MAGA, you're worried about who's in what bathroom, it doesn't matter. There's no bathroom in the life raft we're all in. We all have nothing together. We're all drowning in the same life raft. We're being robbed by the same people. I've said it over and over again. It's not brown people. You got God. It's not the brown people that have your money. We're all being robbed by the same people every single day. And we will all drown together. You can continue supporting the people who are robbing you. And I just want to give an analogy because thank you so much. Thank you, Wolverine. I haven't seen you for a while. Thank you so much. You're so kind. I just want to say, it's occurred to me that people don't understand when I do the life wrap. Let me help you. If you guys you're in your house at night and someone does a home invasion and they rob you, what do you do after that? Do you vote for that person to become president? Repeatedly over and over. You tell me, when someone robs you, what do you do? I don't know. Ask MAGA. They seem to be really confused about it. Somebody is robbing you over and over again, and you're like, he said he's going to stop. He's not going to rob me anymore. It's fine. He said if I support him enough, then maybe he'll give me the scraps. If someone's robbing you over and over, what do? You don't give them more and more power. It's delusional. You don't say, hey, Citizens United is great. Let's give businesses more power. Thank you for writing that. Yeah, that reporter's name. Here, I'm going to pin this. Someone wrote it. It's Sawyer Hackett. And you can just Google his name. He's a pretty well-known reporter. And like his socials will come up. He's all across the internet. Sawyer Hackett's great. It's at Sawyer Hackett, by the way. Like, and I don't know on other, I know he's across the internet, but like, I mean, most of it is just his first and last name together. But if you just type his name into a search engine, like he's very well known. It's not like, who's that? Like, oh yeah. And he's on TikTok too. I was just thinking about that. He's all across. Yeehaw. Thank you for the hat. By the way, if anyone would like to subscribe or buy subscriptions, I'm trying to get to 450 subscriptions. I know I probably need to update some live goals. And also, let's keep tapping. We're almost to 500K. Almost. Oh my gosh. I just opened. Yeah. Thank you so much for the hat. I look great in a hat. Maybe I'll start wearing hat at West Cal. No, I won't. I started to say it and then I was like, never mind. I was almost. Oh, God. I haven't updated the gift goal for like an hour. Okay. Or this gift goal at least. I'm doing it now. Okay. Now let's find where we go from here next. Because I'm trying to like, I don't want to be too depressing. Oh yeah. Let's do another Chris Van Hollen video. I'm fascinated by Chris Van Hollen. I doubt he's going to stay in El Salvador forever, but I do appreciate that he's there and like doing these updates.
I just landed at the airport in San Salvador a little while ago. I'm now en route into the city, looking forward to meeting with the team from the American Embassy. And I do want to thank our Foreign Service officers and the whole team at this embassy and embassies around the world for all the good work they do on behalf of our country. I'm proud to co-chair the bipartisan Foreign Service Caucus that stands up for the men and women who are serving our country overseas and at home in the State Department. After that, I hope to meet with some high-level government officials from El Salvador. As I've said before, the goal of my visit is to talk to people here about the release of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. I told his wife and his family I would do everything possible to bring him home, and we're going to keep working at this until we're successful. I also hope to have the chance to meet with him, but we'll have a better idea if that works out a little later on.
Yeah, well, it's probably not right now. If you don't know, like he did have a press conference. He met with the vice president. Obviously, I mean, like I said, the point is not that he was going to walk in there and get to like bring him home. Like the point is to be there and make noise and say, this is what is going on. Also, when he's speaking to the press, do you know how many people's family members? Thank you for subscribing. That guy, Allen. You're awesome. I appreciate you subscribing so much. The point is to be there and make noise and continue making noise. I have no idea. Oopsies. I have no idea how long he plans to stay. I hope it's long. I mean, I hope it's longer than a day, but we don't know. We do not know at this point. I want to make sure I get to this because I like sometimes I just get so annoyed by Harry Ent and the way he chooses to like whatever. But sometimes also his data is useful. If you don't know who Harry Enton is, it's a guy who does like polling and statistical analysis on CNN. And I want to show you two videos. One is from the 14th, which was Monday, after a huge poll that came out, and another is this morning. It's fascinating. Tap the screen. We're almost
I
to
would
400K.
argue this is the worst set of polling data that Donald Trump has had in his entire second term as president.
Thank you, Obi-Wan Factodi, for subscribing. I appreciate it. Oh my God. Thank you for the 10 giveaway subs, Jay Birch. Didn't you do this the other day? Thank you so much, W. And thank WJ in the comments, Jay Burridge, for all the subscriptions he just gifted to people. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Awesome. You're amazing. Again, this will be good stuff, I promise.
set of polling data that Donald Trump has had in his entire second term as president, in part because the CBS News YouGov poll that came out yesterday has been one of his best. Let's first take a look at how folks are feeling about the state of the economy. Think that the economy is getting worse. What you don't have to be a mathematical genius to see the trend line on your screen, and it is getting worse. More folks are feeling the economy is going southward. Back in November, it was just 42% of Americans who said the economy is getting worse. You jump forward to February, 49%. You jump forward to March, 51%. Now look at this number. 53%, the clear majority of Americans think that the economy is getting worse. It's an 11-point jump from November to now, and of course, Donald Trump won the 2024 election because he promised to fix the economy, and yet views of the economy are going down. The percentage who say it's getting worse is going up, Sarah Seiler.
Okay, so usually the former administration actually is responsible for the economy, especially in the first couple of years of the new presidency. So who are people blaming for this?
This, to me, is a very interesting trend line that we're seeing develop over the last few months. All right, so, of course, Joe Biden was the last president. Donald Trump is the current president. Donald Trump wants to say, don't blame me if you're upset with the state of the economy. Blame the other guy. I don't think Americans are buying what he's selling at this particular point, at least anymore. More responsible for the economic state. They asked about inflation back in March. Look at this, 38%.
Oh, is America waking up? And again, I can say this, some people in the comments always say, which, by the way, I just want to say thank you, Lena. Thank you, Lena, for the subscription you gifted. Thank you. That is so kind. W. Lena. But I said this thousands of times. Yeah, the fact that Trump continues to try to blame Joe Biden for running our economy to the ground is 100% a lie, right? Trump inherited a bull market that was expected to rise. Trump inherited the cover of The Economist said that our economy was the envy of the world. It is a complete lie that Joe Biden is. Inflation was going down and was expected to completely continue going down. Interest rates were expected to drop three more times this year. All of that is gone now because of Donald Trump. And the fact that the average American is seemingly now getting it, because I could say it a million times, I could provide all the evidence. That doesn't mean America knows. And it's seeming like maybe people are finally realizing that Trump is running the economy into the ground. And imagine how extreme that has to be for Americans to notice and or care. Keep tapping the screen. We are literally almost to 400K. We can do it.
Said Joe Biden. 34% said Donald Trump. But look at where we are this month when they asked about the general state of the economy. Look at how much higher the Trump number is. 54%. The Joe Biden percentage drops through the floor at 21%. So this idea that Donald Trump will try to sell to the American public, is trying to sell to the American public, is that it's the other guy. It's not me. It's that other guy, that old guy, Joe Biden. No longer is this being the American public is no longer buying this set of arguments like they were back in March. And of course, what is so important here? We have had the tariff war in the last month. That's what's going on. I believe that a massive shift is occurring because Americans are seeing what's happening on their television screens. They are seeing what's happening in the stock market. They're seeing what's happening in the bond market. One day, Donald Trump says one thing about the tariff war. The next day, he says another thing. One day, one of his advisors says one thing. The next day, that same exact advisor says another thing. And all of a sudden, Americans are picking up on this. And this idea that Donald Trump is trying to sell, that you can blame Joe Biden. Look at this again. This percentage, 54 to 21. A clear majority now are blaming Donald Trump for the state of the economy, not Joe Biden.
It's clear they're literally not.
We're in heaven, people. We're at the point we know Trump is such a shitbag that it's unavoidable to notice Trump's shitbaggery. We have finally arrived at the point. Are you getting what we're... Even the idiots get it now. This is what happens. Finally, he is so awful that it is unavoidable to notice how goddamn awful he is. I've been screwed. I know. I'm just saying, don't worry, it gets better from here too. I'm like, thank God. Welcome to reality. It's nice to have you all.
Buying it. All right. So how has all of this, the tariff war, the uncertainty, the back and forth, the flip-flopping, How is that affecting his overarching rating?
Yeah, okay. So I think this is so important, right? We've been talking about the economy, right? We talked about it last week. We spoke about it the week before. This has been the number one story of the Trump presidency. And I made you viewers a promise. I said if prices go up and voters' thoughts on the economy go down, that would bring Donald Trump's approval rating down with him. That was the promise I made. And let's take a look at whether or not that's actually occurring, because that's the whole kid and caboodle here. If the two aren't linked, who really cares, right? Except for our 401ks. Trump's net approval rating.
We have no financial future.
Look at this. It's a huge slide in it. In early February, it was plus 6 points. Then you go to late February, plus 2 points. Then you go to March, it's even. And look at this massive jump from late March to now, minus 6 points. That's a 6-point drop in less than a month. And why is that occurring? It is because of the tariff war. The voters are punishing Donald Trump in one of his best polls, which now even that best poll is a negative poll for Donald Trump.
Your promise came true, but I have the feeling you would not have done this if your promise was completely wrong.
I get to choose my own segments.
I used to be so much nicer, but we're out of time. Democracy's over, and not just democracy, but any financial future we had, any hope. We're all going to now end up not even just in prison. Not even just in prison in the U.S. We're going to end up in prison in El Salvador. So, yeah, the time to be nice has passed. Yeah, so I'm saying that because someone said I'm digging spicy fillets. Yeah, like I don't have time to waste. Like the second grade teacher in me, I'm sorry. Normally I am very kind and I'm so patient and I'll explain things. Yes, but to 6 and 7-year-olds, not to 49, 55-year-old idiots who continue to bankrupt us all. Like we don't have the time any longer. You guys are going to just have to wake up or be shamed into waking up. Or we can all sink in the same lifeboat together. While you're like, President Trump, I know you didn't mean to hurt me. You're in the same life raft as the rest of us sinking. You can keep yelling that while we all slip under the water, never to breathe oxygen again. It is just not going to work. Oh, but wait, there's more. So that was Monday. This is today, or this is yesterday morning.
Yeah, we'll focus in on independents here. And independents feel that Donald Trump has vacated the center of the electorate, catering to his base. What are we talking about? Well, let's talk about the overall net approval ratings. We're going to look at the worst ever at this point in a presidency.
Independents no likey Trump.
The old record among independents for the worst ever was Donald Trump back in 2016, a net approval rating of minus 16 points. Well, Donald Trump has broken his own record here. He now holds, in this particular term, the worst ever net approval rating at this point in a presidency among independents at, get this, minus 22 points. He is 22 points underwater with independents. That breaks the old record that belonged to Trump. He has set the new record. He is
Trump's number one at trophies in the chat. Trophies, and thank you, Dee. Trophies in the chat. Trump is number one at something. Beat his own record. Don't ever let Trump did win something. Trump did win something, being the shittiest in the minds of independents. He was previously number one. It has beat his previous record and is now even shittier in the minds of independents in this country. Let it never be said that Trump has not won something.
completely underwater with the center of the electorate, Kate Baldwin.
And this is overall. This is on all the issues. Now, focusing specifically on the economy.
Yeah, let's focus in on the economy, right? What is driving this overall approval rating for Donald Trump among independents to go underwater? Let's take a look at the economy, and let's take a look at Trump's net approval rating on it and look at the trend line over just the last few months. You go back to January, he was slightly above water with independents at plus 1 point. Look at this drop, Kate. Oh my, minus 29 points. That's a 30-point drop in under 3 months of time. What independents are hearing from Donald Trump, they hate what they're hearing from Donald Trump, and they are abandoning him in record numbers. At this point in his last presidency, he was about at 0 points in terms of his net approval rating on the economy, and now he's at minus 29 points. You go back through the record books, I simply put, Kate Baldwin, can't find anything close to this. This is such a record that there is no historical analogy to be 29 points underwater on the most important issue of the day with independents. This right here, my dear friends, is political poison. If an election were held today and Donald Trump's net approval rating in the economy was minus 29 points with independents, I'm not quite sure how Republicans can hold on to the House of Representatives.
Let me tell you how and believe me, there's much more. Trump is underwater. But let me tell you how I interpret this. Because when we don't have, like, we saw this in the Kamala Harris election, which they say Trump won handily. He didn't, right? He didn't. And I made the case, if you could sit through it. I once spent a whole day boring people with mathematics about how we lost the Kamala Harris election. It had to do with voter suppression in swing states. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. What these numbers mean is you can suppress all the votes of black and brown people you want. The middle of the country hates you. Those are, by and large, white people. Like, the middle of the country can't stand you. White men, white male independents, moderate Republicans, no likey Trump anymore. So you could try to disenfranchise black and brown voters, but now the middle of the country despises you. I know, that was the most depressing live I've ever done. See, Caffeine, thanks for saying. That depressed me, but it's reality.
Is it all tariffs that are driving this?
Yeah, okay. So let's take a look here at tariffs. This is definitely part of it. A clear plan for tariffs and trade among independents. Look at this. 57% say no. He doesn't even have a clear plan for what he should be doing with tariffs and trade. And when asked whether or not they like the idea of additional tariffs, guess what percentage of independents say no, that they oppose it? It is 2/3. It is 66% of independents who oppose new tariffs. They don't like anything that's coming out of Donald Trump's right now, absent maybe immigration. But when it comes to the economy, when it comes to overall, when it comes to tariff, it's a threesome for negativity among independents. They oppose. They simply put, do not like the words that are coming out of Donald Trump's mouth and the plans that he is putting forward to the American public.
So showing that it's not just economic.
This is the problem. You can't win an election without the independents. Period. I mean, you need the middle of the country. These are the people that make decisions. Nobody will forget what this man has done. And not just this man, but the people that blindly support him, their spines dissolved in their back. And when things went off the rails, refused to oppose him. You think you're electable? People have memories. So good luck. I think it's not going to be, and I said that it's like Donald Trump's the best person on our team at this point. I don't know how else to say it other than just say it. He's running his own, the future, but I think that's how Donald Trump is. He doesn't care about the future, right? Like he operates on, he's a monster. So yeah, I don't think he cares about the future, but yeah, I don't think it's good for him. And think about it. He's going to leave. The best part is Donald Trump is going to drive the conservatives, the Republican Party, into the ground. There will be nothing left when he's done. And I just want to say, that's very on brand. It's not unusual. It is his own MO. I see the world in patterns. This is what Trump does to any business he has ever ran in his life. He drives it into the ground. He destroys everyone that works for him, everyone that supports him. He leaves them with nothing, or worse, leaves them holding the bag, owing, and then leaves with something. That's the reality. He's leaving. The Republican Party will be unelectable. Joby, thank you for the 10 giveaway subs. You are my literal hero. Joby in the chat. Joby just bought 10 subs. What? I don't know what that means, Elaine. What do you mean by going? When you say, is Felice going with the rest of the debaters? I don't know what that means. You have to clarify. I saw what you wrote, and now there's also okay. And then 20 other comments, so it's gone now. But I did see it briefly. I just didn't know what you meant. Lisa, thank you for the $15. I appreciate it, because all of my research, everything I do, all these clips, like the hours of research I do to put these lives together, I rely on your tips and donations. If you can support me, this is my Cash App and Venmo. That's what these mean. It's just like my account name. Also, if you're not following me on any, oh yeah, no, oh God, am I going to debate people? Am I going to debate idiots? No. Why would I debate idiots? Listen, I know that it raises your blood pressure and you like to see people who are wrong be corrected, but for me, I don't know. They're wrong. I know I am so good at debating, but no, I'm not. I will never ever do that for any reason. I know I'm right. Like, I say this all the time. I was saying this on Matt's live, and Matt was like, "Yeah, that's right," because it is right. Every opinion I have, well, they're not opinions. Let's put it this way: my viewpoints on the world are data driven and fact based. I don't just wake up and I say, like what MAGA does. I'm not like, I feel like brown people are out to get me, so I'm going to formulate my worldview off the fact that I feel like brown people are up to something. Thank you for resubscribing, Mudflower. Right? Like, what I do is I pour over statistical analysis. I pour over data. I read primary resource. I read court documents. I read congressional hearing notes. Every opinion I have is based on, it's data driven and fact based. So that's why I know that any debate I show up to, I'm right. But the problem with people who believe they're debating in the political space on the internet is these are people who just have feelings. It's not real. But I know I'm right, not because I'm some like prophetic genius, but because I was trained in how to research things. I'm right because data tells me I'm right. Primary resources tell me I'm right. That's how I formulate opinions. Yes, I am. We're live on YouTube right now, Lee. Thank you for asking. Yes, and also the replays of all these lives post to YouTube. So if you ever miss one, you can watch it there. Yeah, I'm a girl has no. Ew, I said I haven't done that in a while. A girl has no name across the internet. So we're live on Twitch right now. We're live on X. We're live on YouTube, and then specifically YouTube's great because they just when you push the lives there, they just repost them. So if you ever need to go back and watch another one or want to do that, you can. Yes. And thank you, Seabass. You can also join the Discord in any of my profiles. If you're watching on Twitch, YouTube, wherever, there's a link tree. It has a link to join the Discord. Just don't click on the link, copy and paste it into your browser. Hee-haw. Thank you for the hat. Once my political career is over, I'll just move on to being an NPC. It's going to be great. I really appreciate all your guys' support. It means so much. And join the Discord because the Discord is growing and growing. And it's awesome. And then that way, whenever I go live and stuff, you know. Oh, cool. Brianna, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you for your hard work. Sorry, I can't subscribe, but I'm in a fight with TikTok over coins. I actually have been there. I literally have. I know what you mean. I know what you're talking about. It's impossible. It's so hard. I've been in a fight with Apple over transactions to TikTok. Ugh. It's an ongoing battle that never ends. They negative coin. I never even knew about that. I just feel like I was charged and didn't get my coins once or something. Like I was charged, from Apple and didn't get my coins. And that took me 6 months. Good luck. One day they might listen to you. It's easier for me. I don't know if you have an iPhone and you bought them through your iPhone, but that's why it was easier for me to dispute through Apple. Apple seems to forgive that kind of stuff or remedy that stuff easier. Oh, okay. So I want to talk about this. And I think the easiest way to do it, because I have way more immigration stuff that's going to depress us all for the rest of our lives. Don't worry. But first, I talked about this on Monday when the article came out that Harvard was going to stand up to Trump and not get their federal funding. And I was looking up their $53 billion endowment. And I was like, if anyone is in a financial position to say no to Donald Trump, it is 100% Harvard. Also, conversely, could listen to that transition word. That's what we call a transition word, MAGA. Conversely, it's a great one. Conversely, look at Columbia, who's 100% sold out to Donald Trump. And you're wondering, why, when you say Harvard standing up to Trump, what does that mean? I mean, basically, either you allow Trump to become the dean of your university, to take over the school, to bring in his Gestapo and let him police a university, just like he's trying to police immigrants, then he cuts you off from federal funding. And I want to show you. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me make sure I have the right. Oh, yeah, you guys can't see this yet. Let me make sure I find the right clip, because there's a really good clip on this that someone made that I think is a great explanation. I have a couple, but we'll start with this one because it's really good. I talked about this before. If you don't follow Crooked Media, they're great. Independent media source that I love.
Harvard took a stand.
Yeah, it's at Crooked Media. You can follow them on Blue Sky, X. This is their TikTok account. It's at Crooked Media. And they're pretty awesome.
Harvard took a stand against Trump. It's a very big deal. Here's why. The Trump administration sent a bunch of universities a list of demands, ordering colleges to end diversity programs, to hire conservative faculty, to change admission standards, to take greater control of student organizations. And Trump is saying, if you fail to comply, if you fail to make me de facto dean of your school, I'll cut off all federal funding. That's hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars for research and education. That's obviously insane. It's a brazen violation of the First Amendment. And disgracefully, pathetically, last month, Columbia University caved. The reason it's terrifying is because Trump's assault on academic freedom is part of a sweeping and coordinated attack on freedom of speech, on dissent in our country. He's attacking CBS, trying to have their broadcast license revoked because he doesn't think 60 Minutes is nice enough to him. He's issuing executive orders attacking individual government officials, like his own former administration staff, for the crime of telling the truth about the 2020 election. He's trying to revoke valid green cards and visas from students for expressing views he disagrees with, like Rumeysa Ozturk, the Tufts University PhD student who masked agents grabbed off the streets in Massachusetts and sent to a detention center in Louisiana for co-signing an op-ed critical of Israel. He's also threatening major law firms for representing clients he doesn't like the firm that won a libel case against Fox News for repeating Trump's lies about election fraud. We've already seen a lot of institutions bend the knee. Disney caved to Trump over a lawsuit against ABC News, settling for $16 million in a case they could have fought and won. Law firm after law firm has surrendered too, which is especially pathetic because your lawyers, your whole thing is fighting in court. Who wants to hire a lawyer that's famous for being a fucking weasel? But this week, Harvard said they would fight. So did Princeton, MIT. These other law firms, seeing their colleagues cave, have stood their ground too. They're fighting in court and they're winning. When Columbia caved, the Trump administration didn't say, great, we're cool now. They just kept issuing more demands. Caving to a bully doesn't make you safe, it makes you a target, and it makes all of us less free. We have not seen anything like this in our lifetimes. This is what fascism looks like. It's happening, it's here. And what every school, every news organization, every law firm, every corporation, every politician, every judge has to understand is that from this point forward, every inch we give is an inch we don't get back. And we as citizens need to make clear that these institutions shouldn't just be afraid of Trump, they should be afraid of us too, because all of us collectively are far more powerful than Harvard.
Man, didn't you love that? That is exactly right. I can tell you, I never watched the rise. I never lived through the decline of an empire, nor lived through late stage capitalism, but I was raised and I mean this when I say, do you know how I know when somebody is a malignant narcissist? There was a recent one that used to be platformed all the time on Facts Still Matters lives. You all know who I'm talking about, who's no longer around. Yeah, when I had a phone conversation with that person, you know what I think in my head when I meet someone that's exactly like Trump? I think, Mom, is that you? I was raised by a malignant narcissist, and let me help you. You think that giving a malignant narcissist what they want gets you anywhere? It doesn't. They just take and take and take, and they actually respect you less. Every time you give up an inch of ground, they respect you absolutely less. There is no point you think Columbia thinks, oh, we let Trump be the de facto dean on Columbia University's campus, then he'll leave us alone. No, he will not leave you alone. As a matter of fact, he will torment you more because he knows you're weak. You either take a stand or be tormented for the rest of all eternity. And I've said this, if you've watched my lives, I say it over and over because, like, Donald Trump is my mommy. But my mom, like, the only difference between my mother and Donald Trump is that my mother's a genius and Donald Trump is an idiot. Like, I was raised by a genius malignant narcissist, not a dumb one. And I'm telling you right now, they do not stop until you stop them. If you thank you for the wings, by the way. That was actually, I'm sorry. Thank you. I've never seen those, and I love a crown, but I think I love wings more. Is my response to those wings. I think I might start wearing them just around. Like, it will never stop unless you stop a narcissist. And I mean that. So we can all decide how much do we get taken from until we do something to stop him. He will never stop. If you think, oh, one day will just be enough, it will never be enough. Never, ever. Somebody can tell these people in the I can't listen. I'm not getting involved in this, but I mean, yeah, sorry. I'm live. I'm not going to talk specifically about who I'm talking about, but don't trust anyone on the internet. That's my advice. Okay, yeah, that's where, hold on, I'm just trying to, a couple more. Okay, so on the topic of universities who are not safe or who are being tormented by Trump, and Harvard deciding, like, hey, if we don't stand up now, like, he'll just keep taking. And I just want to explain what Harvard's doing. Do you know who's really doing that right now also? Because that's all Trump's doing. That's all malignant narcissists do, is they push boundaries and push boundaries. They take and take and take. China. The first time Trump tried to do something to China, they're like, F no, you weirdo. Like, because if you can't see the very long history of Trump, it doesn't stop at once. Either you stand up to him for the first time or it never ends. Like, period. And that's what you see China doing. Hey, the first time you pushed me, the answer is no. Oh, I have no idea what just happened. Well, how did that was so crazy. I just went like 5. Hold on. Yeah, here we go.
We welcome you, Professor, to Democracy Now! Can you talk about the stance that Harvard has taken, which has surprised many?
Yes, and thank you for having me. It's really wonderful to be with you. I think it was really encouraging and important to see the Harvard administration leadership here send the letter that it did to the Trump administration. You know, our chapter had gone to court, as you mentioned, a few days prior to file a lawsuit to block these cuts from happening because these cuts are unquestionably unconstitutional. Our Constitution has a First Amendment that protects freedom of speech, and as the U.S. Supreme Court has made abundantly clear, academic freedom on university campuses is a central component of that right to free speech. What the Trump administration is trying to do is use massive coercive pressure and threats to make universities across the country switch to talking about what the Trump administration wants them to say. He wants to control what's said in our classrooms, what's said on our campuses, what we research about, what we write about, the questions we ask and the answers we give, so that they fit the ideological agenda of the Trump administration. That's dangerous and it's unconstitutional. We went to court to stop it from happening, and I was really glad to see our leadership here at Harvard a few days later follow suit and say that they are not going.
We welcome you.
Yeah, Kim, I think someone said that. Not me, but probably many people have said that. Just talking to someone in the comments. Anyways, so not only, I mean, the Harvard Law Reviews and Harvard Law produces some of the best lawyers in the country. So, I mean, I think this will be great. Harvard should start fighting, but I don't know if anyone has seen this, but I think it's so. Chris Murphy was on the House floor a few days ago, and he was talking about all this, like what's happening to Harvard, what's happening to Columbia, but also just like how authoritarian fascism like takes hold and how they need to destabilize key parts of society. And this is this is amazing.
Most of the time, there is not a singular moment when the executive dramatically seizes power. There's not normally a brazen attempt to burn down the Parliament building. No, instead, democracies die when gradually, often quietly and methodically over time, the structures that hold the executive accountable for corruption, for thievery, for wrongdoing are dismantled. There are 4 institutions that the regime attacks, and attacks relentlessly, until those structures of accountability are so disintegrated that even though elections continue to happen, the same party or the same person wins power election after election. And those 4 institutions are the press, the legal profession, universities, and the business community. If you degrade or co-opt these 4 institutions, you never need to have a high-stakes fight with the top court in your country. Most of the time, there is not a single...
Getting it now? This is, I mean, and I want to say thank you. Thank you so much, that guy, Alan. Thank you guys so much for the gifts. I just want to say, Trump did not invent this, right? People much smarter than Trump have already perfected this method. But that is what you are seeing happen. The erosions of the institutions that can hold... Thank you, Trump accountable. That's what we are literally seeing happen in real time. And I love when Chris Murphy does this.
Trump's campaign to destroy independent journalism, it has a darker and more menacing side, because Trump isn't just trying to intimidate journalists so that they'll be afraid to tell the truth. He's also trying to destroy the concept of truth itself. And again, this is a key facet of leaders who are elected, who are trying to transition democracies away and into something very different. How do you destroy truth? Well, that's why the Secretary of Defense looks into the camera and tells the American public that the text messages that everybody read, filled with classified information and war plans, did not include classified information and war plans. The White House wants you to believe that 1 + 1 does not equal 2 any longer, that you should doubt even the clear things that you see with our eyes, that nothing is real, that nothing is true. That if you are a supporter of the regime and I tell you 1 + 1 = 3, then 1 + 1 = 3. Those weren't war plans. Those weren't classified documents. That's also why the official position of the White House on key issues like tariffs changes every hour.
Like, remember on Monday, Stephen Miller, we won that Supreme Court ruling 9-0. I mean, 180 degrees from reality and the truth that we have all experienced. We all experienced that a week ago, that Supreme Court ruling, and they're just like, never happened. We won.
Because if the ground truth just changes constantly, then there's no truth at all. Journalists are made to look foolish by reporting a true thing at 9 a.m. that becomes untrue at 10 a.m. How
many times have I told you guys, yeah, I made this whole presentation and then like I just made a new one because I would seem very uninformed and like a liar if I presented my first one.
Journalism loses its credibility when the facts being distributed by the White House change all the time. Trump says the tariffs are permanent. Journalists report the president says the tariffs are permanent. An hour later, Trump says, I never said they're permanent. They're not permanent. I'm cutting deals. They write that he's cutting deals. An hour later, they're suspended. No more tariffs. When the truth changes constantly, it's hard to believe that there's anything true. Trump's campaign.
Love Chris Murphy. And I like it because Chris Murphy is he's a great communicator. We need people who can explain things plainly, clearly and simply. And he's doing a great job of that.
Second, universities are always a target of would-be autocrats.
Oh, yeah. Never mind. This is the right video.
The famous Tiananmen Square protests in China were, of course, started by university students. So it's no surprise that if you want to crush democracy, you need to crush the independence of universities. That's why Trump's decision to target universities that permit criticism of President Trump is so bone-chilling. He pretends like he's standing up to anti-Semitism on campuses, but what he's really trying to do is make clear that protests against his policies on campuses will result in federal funding being cut off. Columbia University was forced to agree to a stunning list of free speech concessions in order to gain assurances from President Trump that their federal funding would continue.
And it will never end. I promise you, the first time you give in to a narcissist, they know they have you, and they will just extort you over and over and over and over. Either you stop them or it will never end.
They had to agree to allow campus police to arrest protesters. They had to essentially agree to receivership, federal receivership, over an academic department that houses professors who are critical of Trump and his policies. Effectively, the President of the United States got to pick the person who will oversee the Columbia Department on the Middle East, South Asian, and African Studies, as well as the Center for Palestine Studies. That is extraordinary. That's not what happens in a healthy democracy. The leader of the country micromanaging academic departments at major universities to assure that academic work aligns with the regime. And now, having successfully forced Columbia to bend the knee and quell dissent on their campus, Trump is targeting other universities. Some of them will sign similar agreements, giving President Trump power over those campuses. But frankly, all Trump has to do is make an example of a handful of universities, and others will simply comply and obey in advance. Second, university.
Exactly. Except for Harvard. Thank God. You start and imagine. And like, if you don't know, university is where you go to question the establishment, to think critically, to learn the truth. I learned when I went to university that was the first time I was ever told the truth about anything. If you think you go through the public and I'm talking as a teacher, because we have curriculum, I can't just tell people anything I want. The first time you hear anything real, I mean, we're still telling children that Thanksgiving were indigenous people and pilgrims having a meal together. Like, no, we were eating the indigenous people, but let's not tell them that. I mean, you do not hear anything real about foreign policy, about U.S. history, about U.S. militarism around the world, about anything until you make it to university. And Trump is just trying to make sure no one will ever hear any truth in this country ever again.
Trump is engaged in a shameless campaign of extortion against any major law firm that has taken a position against Trump or Trump's interests. What he is doing is extraordinary. And it is mind-blowing to me that it is just being ignored by my Republican colleagues. He's going firm by firm, and not to every firm, just to the firms that have represented Democrats or brought cases against him. And he's telling them that if they don't fall in line and stop doing work to oppose him, their clients will lose access to federal work. That is extortion. This body, Republicans and Democrats, should stand up against it. But it is working. Several law firms have signed deals with Trump that obligate them to support, guess what, causes aligned with Donald Trump. Paul Weiss was targeted by an executive order and struck a deal. But so did Skadden. They struck a deal with Trump before they'd even been targeted. Already, collectively, these firms have pledged, think about this, about $250 million of pro bono work to file cases in coordination with the President of the United States' political interests. And just like what happened with the universities, there's a lot of extra compliance that's happening. I know for a fact that firms that have already signed these agreements with Trump have gone above and beyond the terms of the agreements to quiet their criticism of the government. And no doubt every single major law firm will think twice before bringing an action against an illegal or corrupt action of the president in fear of Trump retaliating against their business.
Amen. And honestly, if you're a lawyer, let me help you. And these are huge law firms, some of the most profitable law firms in the country, and you have sold out, and instead of fighting, right, you're beholden to the ethics of the bar. And I don't know if you understand what the ethics of the bar are, but I remember my brother graduated from an amazing law school, top of his class. And I remember sitting there during the graduation ceremony when they listed them. And I thought, how important that is, part of that is doing free legal work, outside of profit, promising, I will hold up the rule of law. If someone is attacking the rule of law, I'm going to defend it. And now we see some of the biggest law firms in the country just saying, we'll do $50 million of free legal work for you to further your authoritarian agenda if you don't sue us. A suit that we could win. Yes, we made it to 500K. I mean, this is literal authority. We're living in an authoritarian hellscape. Yeehaw. Thanks for the hat.
Listen, I have no idea what the Trump tariff policy is. The constantly shifting positions of the last week, they're an embarrassment. It's complete incompetent malpractice. It's jeopardized jobs and retirement savings and college funds all across this country. But the tariffs are complicated and convoluting and hard to understand, likely because they aren't actually economic or trade policy. They're a political tool. This one, designed to force every major company to come before Trump to plead for tariff relief in exchange for giving Trump the company's political loyalty. No different than what's happening in the legal profession or in America's universities. A tariff can be written very easily to favor one industry over another or one company over another. And the confusing nature of the tariff regime is a means for Trump to require every major company in the country to come on bended knee to him to get the relief they need. Listen, I have no idea what the Trump tariff policy is. The constantly...
Amazing. I love Chris Murphy. Facts. Uh-oh. Sorry, my two iPhones are next to each other. Yes, if you don't know who Leonard Leo is, do look him up. He is a monster. He's the reason we have the Supreme Court.
So what I'm trying to say here is that you don't need a battle royale between the president and the Supreme Court for democracy to die. If journalists are constantly looking over their shoulder and unable to report on the truth, if protest is suppressed, even moderately, at universities, if lawyers start giving cover instead of uncovering corruption and illegality in the regime, if companies start being mouthpieces for the regime as a price of doing business, if all that happens, then we are not a real democracy anymore. We are a fake democracy. Elections still happen, like in Turkey, like in Hungary, like in Venezuela, but the rules are going to be tilted. And dissent will be suppressed so much that the same side, Trump's side, wins over and over and over. So what I'm trying to say here is that you don't need a battle royale between the president and the Supreme Court for democracy to die. If journalists are constantly looking over their shoulder and unable to report on the truth, if protest is suppressed, even moderately, at universities, if lawyers start giving cover instead of uncovering corruption and illegality in the regime, if companies start being mouthpieces for the regime as a price of doing business, if all that happens, then we are not a real democracy anymore. We are a fake democracy. Elections still happen, like in Turkey, like in Hungary, like in Venezuela, but the rules are going to be tilted. And dissent will be suppressed so much that the same side, Trump's side, wins over and over and over. So what I'm trying to say here is that you don't need a battle royale between the president and the Supreme Court for democracy to die. if journalists are constantly looking over their shoulder and unable to report on the truth, if protest is suppressed, even moderately, at universities, if lawyers start giving cover instead of uncovering corrupt...
Start repeating. Sorry. Did it? Someone said it's looping. Yeah. No, I think it did once. We're like halfway through again. Sorry about that. Thank you. Sorry, JP. I don't want to say it wrong. J.P216. Sounds like a great robot name. Thank you so much for subscribing. I just noticed that. And I'm sorry if I missed anyone subscribing. I apologize and I do appreciate it. I don't think I did, but I was looking at the subscription. Sorry, I was looking at some analytics and just making sure. Oh, sorry. I'm in a group chat with Matt and Fax and Steve. We're talking about our live next week, which is a good time to re-mention this again. If you have not heard, 1 week from today, we are now in 1 week from today, we will be 46 minutes away from USMC Angry Veteran, Faxomatter, and I doing a night live together. It will be from 4 p.m. Pacific time, 7 p.m. Eastern. It will be 3 hours. So it'll be 4 to 7 or 7 to 10, depending on where you are or anywhere in between those time zones. And we are going, so put it in your calendars now. Cooterie's making artwork for it, and we're debating the names of what it will be. So I'll have artwork and I'll put it and we can all share it and stuff, but just know 1 week this time next week, and now 45 minutes since it's 3:15, our live will be starting. And this is what we're going to be addressing. Like, we were going to be doing this leading up to the midterms, but there's just no time. Like, democracy is gone. If we're going to scream, if we're going to make noise, we need to make noise now. Like, I don't know when else we will make noise, because none of us have any rights anymore in this country. Democracy is over unless we make enough noise and put enough pressure on Congress to wake the F up. Like that. I mean, I love what Chris Murphy is saying here. Like, I mean, he's so right. It's not about the Supreme Court. Before it gets to the Supreme Court, we can lose and have lost democracy. So here, I want to make sure where I go next, because I don't want to. I just don't have it in me to listen to this next guy talk. It's I can't remember his name. Why can't I remember his name? Scott Jennings from CNN. He was like talking about Harvard, and I can't listen to his voice at this time. It will literally kill me. So I'll just. Oh no! Wait. Actually, no, I don't have that clip. This is another. I don't think it is Scott Jennings. I just remembered. I think I cut that clip out. I think this is someone else who's listing like how Trump has damaged. If you don't know, like, Harvard is one of the preeminent research universities in the country. So by taking away federal funding, which violates the Constitution, this was appropriated federal funding, and he is outside of the 45 days allowed by the Impoundment Act. Trump is in direct violation of the Constitution. And for some reason, no one's doing anything.
What's at stake with the federal funding, just to humanize it a little bit. Previous federal funding to Harvard helped fund childhood leukemia research that increased the survival rate from 10% to 90%. It helped fund key breast cancer research that extended the lives of women by 25%. It's just announced groundbreaking research on glioblastoma brain cancer patients. So we're playing politics with funding that's supposed to currently be going to Alzheimer's victims, stroke victims, diabetes victims, and that advancement can't wait for politics. It's important to outline what's.
Who cares? It's the same thing with cutting off National Institute of Health research. I've talked about this. For every $1 our tax dollars spend on medical research, we fuel the economy with $2.56. That happens to be a return on investment. So I don't care if your brain is too small to understand how it could benefit humans to study, I don't know, the reproductive cycles of wombats or whatever, but that's just because you can't read, not because because it doesn't benefit all of us. Medical research generates money. Part of the reason people are like, how the F is Harvard's endowment $53 billion? Because they have geniuses doing medical research, copywriting things, trademarking things, developing never before developed medical procedures, medications, technologies. That's why they have so much money. When you bring together brilliant minds, this is the way the United States generates a lot of money, is through medical research on university campuses or research in general. That's how we did something called the internet. But that's neither here nor there now. Let's just become a fascist, authoritarian, backwoods hellscape. What could go wrong there? Oh, and I've talked about him before, but if you don't know his name is Auchincloss. If you don't know who Jake Auchincloss is, I love this guy. We've got to pay attention to him. He's great. I don't think is he a freshman, or he might be in his second year in Congress, but he's great.
You say it's the wrong way. What's the impact of freezing these funds?
The impact is research that doesn't get done. Research into how stroke survivors can learn to use their limbs again. Research into how to address sickle cell disease throughout the United States. Research into the origins of autism and the countless other important work that researchers across Harvard and its academic medical centers do on behalf of public health, on behalf of national security, on behalf of Americans.
You say it's the...
Looked it up. Just in case you're wondering, he went to Harvard. What do you know? Jake Auchincloss went to Harvard. He's from the 4th District of Massachusetts, 37 years old, born January 29th, 1988. I'm telling you right now, I know a brilliant mind when I hear one speak over and over. Jake Auchincloss is brilliant. So, really long, inconvenient name to say, but brilliant mind. Like, good job electing him 4th District of Massachusetts. That man is brilliant. If you've never heard, I'll start looking for him on the House floor and stuff. I've played him before, but I don't necessarily always highlight like how brilliant I think he is. He's amazing. I talk about this woman too. Her research grant was written and funded by a man named Jeff Jarvis, who's one of the most famous journalists and journalism professors in the country. If you don't follow Decoding Fox News, it's a podcast. And sorry. I don't know how that just happened. Oh, look, the presentation didn't close like usual. Maybe TikTok Studio's fixing their app. Sorry, I just want to make sure I can show you her name and it's not covered up. Decoding Fox News is the most amazing account. She's not just on X. It's a podcast. I mean, this is a researcher that does qualitative and quantitative research, but she focuses a lot on Fox News and just shaming them for their constant lies. And I showed you this. Hey, Johnny. Hey, Dolphin. I showed you. I'm trying to think. What was his name? Oh, yeah. Oh, That's Rich on Monday. He's a great TikTok creator. If you don't know, with 2 H's. And I showed you that video. He made an amazing video. And if no one remembers, I can find it after and show you again. But That's Rich does a lot with data, and he's great. And he was basically revealing like, hey, these egg producers that are saying because of bird flu, they can't, there's no eggs and we all need to pay $8 for 12 eggs or whatever. They've made record profits. It's they're price gouging. So, and she did this great piece, which I think is very complimentary to that, which is fascinating as well. You have to hear this. Just know, everything you hear is a lie before she starts speaking.
President Trump touting the success of his American First economic policies in the Oval yesterday.
Eggs are down now 79%, and they're all over the place.
Grocery prices, thankfully, they've stabilized, with many products seeing price reductions, including peanut butter and eggs.
While inflation generally cooled here in the U.S. last month, there was one notable exception:
eggs. The average retail price hit a record high in March at $6.23 per dozen. That came as a bit of a surprise to some industry experts because wholesale costs had decreased significantly and egg farms suffered no new bird flu outbreaks. Experts say shelf prices may drop when demand falls after Easter.
So this is Fred, Federal Reserve economic data, and you can look up the price of almost anything sold in the United States. This is for a dozen eggs. It's a national average. So let's zoom in since it's a little hard to read. So for context, the graph goes all the way back to the 1980s in this case, and you can see very easily that huge spike, the highest on the chart, the highest price ever recorded for a dozen eggs in the United States happened last month. The number was over $6 a dozen, and that was very much during the Trump administration.
So again, look up Decoding Fox News, look up the podcast. You can follow her on Blue Sky. I love the way she uses data to just prove that every conservative is either delusional and believes a pack of lies or is facilitating the spreading of a pack of lies. Hope everyone is having a good day. Yeah, we're having the best day we can have in the reality that we are all forced to live in, unless it just turns out like this is all a joke at some point, which Decoding Fox News. I mean, this is it. It's at Decoding Fox News. But yeah, you can just Google Decoding Fox News. She's very famous at this point. So you can find her podcast. You can find all of whatever social media platform you prefer to receive the information on. I'm just saying this is a brilliant individual. Yeehaw, thank you for the hat, which got her original grant for one of the most brilliant journalists in the country. So I just can't say enough. When I find a brain, I'm telling you, she's unbelievably brilliant. Only good things will come from listening to her. Wait, I thought wrong thing. Let me find, actually, I think we have to get, I guess that was the good news. It was not. I mean, there's no good news anymore, people. I just have to pretend things are good news. But I guess that was the good news because I have some things I have to tell you guys, and I'm sorry. I don't want to, but it's really, really important. You remember how earlier when we were going through like an hour and a half of very depressing immigration news, I was like, hey, yeah, I've done some research and I have some really important things I need to tell you guys, and it's going to be not great. Oh, I wish I didn't have to do this, but we gotta know. Okay, so we lived through it on Monday. I played the clips on Monday. Again, all the People's Receipts episodes are available for replay. Again, on Tuesday, I did a live with Matt, USMC Angry Veteran, where we were discussing again what happened in the White House on Monday, where Trump was sitting next to psycho dictator Bukele. I mean, not that, two crazy dictators who were like gleefully laughing about the fact they're unconstitutionally detaining people. And Trump on multiple occasions, supported by his band of spineless weirdos, started to say, hey, build 5 more prisons in El Salvador. The next are the homegrowns. I'm going to send the homegrowns. And then I started seeing people be like, that's illegal. That can never happen. Yeah. And then, the historical researcher in me, because if you haven't learned anything yet, how much of what's happening now did you think was illegal? What is the legal precedent and how they could do it? Don't worry. I found it. It's being actively reported on, and it is bone chilling. Yeah, no, it's all laid out in a government document, which, oh my God. I'm going to breathe. And actually, I think most of this, I'm going to let some lady tell the story because I did find a lady who was covering this and I was like, thank God, because I can't. And again, if you don't have so this is in today's outline. Like there's ways to access, if you don't pay Rolling Stone directly, if you have Apple News, then you have access to Rolling Stone for free. Highly recommend to read this very terrifying article and then another one that we'll get to. Let's keep tapping the screen. We're almost to 550K, only 20,000 more taps, and we are there. Thank you so much. And let me just quickly check my gift goal, make sure it's on before I go into a very terrifying explanation. Okay. So I'm just trying to think of how to tell you this. Yeah, unfortunately, this involves a disgusting billionaire. Shocker. It's not Space Karen. It's not Elon Musk. But there's a billionaire. Yeehaw. Thank you for the hat. There's a billionaire named Eric Prince, E-R-I-K. Eric Prince. He resides in Michigan. And he used to own a chain of auto parts stores but he sold it to open a company you might have heard of called Blackwater. If you don't know what Blackwater is and how they operate outside the law, then I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, the same man who sold his auto parts stores to fund a horrific human rights extrajudicial war criminal operation like Blackwater is the same guy who has written a government proposal to jail immigrants and then use the same logic to probably jail U.S. citizens. And anyways, I'm just going to give a brief, it would go like this, right? This man he's submitted a couple of proposals and one is insane amounts of money. But what they want to do is when you heard Trump whispering and laughing and saying, build 5 more prisons, this billionaire Eric Prince submitted a proposal for this. And basically what they want to do is they want to buy and then annex the land underneath the El Salvadorian prison. So it's actually owned by the U.S. So when we start screaming and saying we have due process, you can't take us off U.S. soil, that they're going to say it is U.S. soil. It's owned by the United States. And that's how they're going to remove us there. I'm just serious. I mean, yeah, that's how they'll move us to the concentration camps. They're going to not just buy the land like we own Guantanamo, but annex it. Understand the difference. I'm saying this will be part of the country. So when people try to say, you can't take me out of the country, the legal argument will be, you're still in the country. Yeah, this is scary stuff. And I would say, if you want to read more, here he is in all his glory. Monster weirdo. If you want to read more about the nightmare I'm telling you about, I actually recommend, this is a free article. Military contractors pitch unprecedented prison plan for detained immigrants. I mean, and it starts with, just to be clear, not just removing criminals from U.S. prisons and relocating them to El Salvador, but that's the general idea, right? We're going to own the land underneath the prison. So when they tried to and annex it, so when they tried to say, hey, you can't take people outside of due process, they're going to be like, nope, that's U.S. soil, essentially. And if you want to read how it starts, I would say my recommendation, you can look up this is a free article. And then I would say, in addition to that, look up this article. Team Trump is gaming out how to ship U.S. citizens to use El Salvador, because it's the legal theory. What he is proposing will work both on U.S. citizens and on immigrants. Because the point is, if it's U.S. soil, the argument is, and what people are railing against now is, anyone whose feet are on U.S. soil has the right to due process. And they're just going to, I guess, blur the definition of U.S. soil at this point, so they can remove us all. And I found, because I've listened to each of these articles twice, and I feel like I need to come a little bit out of fight or flight, because I find this stuff very disturbing. And there's also primary documents I need to find that are being referenced and read them fully, because I just saw this stuff this morning while I was running. So I haven't done my full research. So I'll probably have more on this tomorrow. But I did find somebody, through the miracle of, thanks, Elon, your algorithm does something. I was able to find someone who made a video on this, and actually, she did a really good job. So watch this and breathe deeply.
We now know the evil mastermind behind the illegal extraditions to El Salvador. Spoiler alert, it's not Stephen Miller. all the credit should go to Michigan's trashiest Nepo baby, Eric Prince, brother to Michigan's second trashiest Nepo baby, former Secretary of Education Betsy DeVos. Don't forget that this
Forgot that part. This is Betsy DeVos's creepy rich brother. Isn't that disgusting? Let me off this right. If you don't get it, this is an incestuous, web of billionaires who are involved in a plot to consolidate power. I've talked about this. The American empire is declining. We're in late stage capitalism, and someone has to feel the pain of it. And billionaires are banding together to make sure it's not them.
Piece of shit founded the privatized military company Blackwater, which made him even wealthier off of government contracts. Prince being the heir to $1 billion.
Everyone share the live with 10 people, by the way. As many people as possible should hear this, even though no one wants to.
Former Secretary of Education Betsy DeVos. Don't forget that this piece of shit founded the privatized military company Blackwater, which made him even wealthier off of government contracts. Prince being the heir to $1 billion auto parts company, which he ended up selling in order to found Blackwater, was never exactly hurting for money. Being a former Navy SEAL, he simply saw an opportunity to grift off of government contracts. And because this country loves to reward the wealthy, Blackwater and its affiliates became the largest of the State Department's 3 private security companies. Even after Blackwater became infamous for human rights violations, it was still rewarded with hundreds of millions of dollars in government contracts. Prince himself continued to escape accountability even after he was investigated by the FBI and had to settle for nearly $50 million for trafficking military equipment. Prince has also made a name for himself by supporting bad actors who aim to take power by force. In case it's not clear whose side Eric Prince is on, it's not the side that will be viewed kindly by history. On Friday, Politico reported that it obtained a proposal by Eric Prince and a cohort of defense contractors to industrialize illegal extraditions to El Salvador. In this proposal, the evil geniuses outline a strategy to circumvent the courts, namely by designating part of the prison, which is CCOT, as American territory. Now, it's expected that proposal will be discussed at the White House meeting between the current administration and El Salvador's self-professed dictator Nayib Bukele this week. If that business deal is made, Eric Prince would get the contract. And that explains why Eric Prince registered a new company called 2USV planned for months. It also explains why the United States boosted El Salvador's safe travel rating on Tuesday. Until Tuesday, El Salvador was rated a level 2, which urges caution for U.S. travelers. El Salvador is now rated as a level 1, which is the safest travel rating, and puts El Salvador ahead of France, the UK, and Italy. And the person who lobbied for that change was Eric Prince. And it turns out that he's been working behind the scenes on this lucrative business deal between the United States and El Salvador for months. And the proposal that was obtained by Politico highlights Eric Prince's plans for profiting off of mass extraditions. As part of the proposal, Eric Prince will facilitate an operation that would handle the logistics of gathering 100,000 people from U.S. prisons, holding them at a 10,000-person detention camp, and then flying them to El Salvador. But there's more. Prince is also asking the government for access to immigration documents. And the reason he wants access to those documents is to give him broader authority over locating, capturing, detaining, and deporting people. But that's not enough for Eric Prince. He is asking for more. The proposal states that 2USV will, quote, facilitate a hearing before an immigration judge to adjudicate any pending asylum claim. His company will also work with prosecutors to, quote, make deals with incarcerated individuals whereby some of their prison sentence will be waived in exchange for the granting of a deportation order. What Eric Prince is essentially asking for here is a monopoly over the entire scheme. Now, Eric Prince isn't the only one who plans to grift off of this scheme. This proposal also includes another grift for the administration. The administration wants to make CCOT American territory to get around any legal barriers, as it says here that transferring a prisoner to such a facility would not be an extradition nor a deportation. The administration would then lease the prison back to El Salvador in order for them to oversee the gulag. This way, the Department of Homeland Security would no longer be responsible for detention standards. And the person who came up with this entire scheme to enable the administration to defy the courts is Eric Prince. In a letter attached to Prince's proposal, El Salvador's Minister of Justice and Public Security, Hector Gustavo Villatoro, stated that Eric Prince was the mastermind of all of this. The letter states that through his new company, 2USV, Eric Prince has been serving as a trade agent for El Salvador to, quote, reach an agreement on the use of El Salvador's prisons to house foreign criminals. Thank God these idiots leave a paper trail. The letter also confirms that the plan is to house up to 100,000 people. Now, Prince has been cooking up this scheme for a very long time. He began pitching this idea with El Salvador last year. Last August, Prince paid a visit to CICOT. It was during that visit when Prince complained about El Salvador's travel safety rating. Interestingly, in an admission of guilt, Prince acknowledges in his proposal that his business plan is not legally sound. The proposal states that it's, quote, highly likely that this effort will be tested judicially by the ACLU or other activist group. Now, Prince's business scheme isn't just to extradite immigrants. It's also to extradite U.S. citizens. That's why the administration has been laying the groundwork the last couple weeks. Prince's real proposal is to arrest and remove 12 million people at a cost of $12 billion. What's been happening so far is that the administration is beta testing Prince's proposal at a smaller scale. Currently, the administration has a one-year deal with El Salvador in which they paid El Salvador $6 million to arrest and extradite over 200 alleged gang members. The next phase of this scheme involves Stephen Miller's plan to denaturalize American citizens and extradite them to El Salvador. It's important to note that the legal bar is set very high for denaturalization. A person would have to commit high crimes and misdemeanors against the United States. That includes committing the big T's, enlisting in a foreign military engaged in opposition to the U.S., or lying in applications for citizenship or as part of the naturalization process. Since day one of this administration, they have been inventing a legal framework in order to circumvent court precedent. Stephen Miller has been leading this effort. In fact, he still aggrieved that during the first administration, they did not get to do any mass denaturalization initiatives. So Miller has been lobbying to, quote, possibly denaturalizing and deporting activists and other individuals whom they label as having committed so-called fraud on their applications for citizenship by subsequently supporting what the administration decides are pro-terrorist causes or groups. In other words, the administration is looking to quash dissent by classifying protests as advocating for terrorism. It's some dictator shit. The administration is also looking for potential legal justifications and technicalities they can exploit for denaturalizing citizens, which they're already using against Venezuelan nationals. And they're using tattoos as their justification. And the administration is downplaying their heinous plan by telling the press, quote, it's not like we would send everybody there, but depending on the case, it can be an option. This is a standard process of exploring legal options, as all administrations do one way or another. As Kika Matos, the president of the National Immigration Law Center, said, quote, what's to stop the administration from using the same pretext they used to send people to El Salvador and claiming that these U.S. citizens are the worst offenders? She continued, quote, they could start engaging in the same kind of pretextual deportation of people for whom the offenses at the end of the day might have something to do with what you say, how you live your life, what tattoos you have on your body. She added, quote, this is all about this administration testing the bounds of the law and trying to consolidate their power by advancing unconstitutional laws and policies, starting with immigrants. And the people who are whispering in the current occupant of the White House's ear want him to use the hammer of state and executive power to do something big and truly unprecedented. One of those people is Eric Prince. Another is Mike Davis, a FedSoc member and founder of the Article 3 Project. This fucking guy spends a lot of time with Steve Bannon and Charlie Kirk. When asked about the legal precedent for this initiative, Mike Davis said to hell with it. One tool that the administration already has at its disposal is the denaturalization section under the Civil Division of the Department of Justice, which was created during his first term. And I really hate to say that the Biden administration did not undo it. Doing nothing to end this section has made it a lot easier for the current administration to.
Since we're done with the video, except for like 2 seconds, I'm just going to say this. 3 times during this video, I pinned this creator's name in the comments. 3 separate times for the majority of this video, I pinned this creator's name in the comments. Literally, during this live, if you see Tootle, he's like, thanks for all the resources. Again, just every day, every clip I play, the links are in an outline in the Discord in the live sources section. Right now, during this video, when you saw me looking down, knowing people were going to ask, not only did I put it in the general chat where all of it's available, because like this information she didn't make up. It comes from the Rolling Stone article. I literally said, screenshot this. This is where she's getting the information from. Then I said, screenshot this. When she talks about this billionaire and the plan that he submitted to the government, this is where she's getting that information. Then I added everyone in the Discord and sent that creator's video, this article, and this article. You don't even have to go find it. I literally sent it to everyone. I don't know how to help people get information. I literally, I'm providing every way I know for people. I pin it so you can see it. I say it before I play the video. Here, she's not making this information up. Here's where you can find the secondary resources where these articles come from. Again, screenshot this article. But again, if you're in the Discord, which anyone can join the Discord, all these links are in the general chat, including her video. It's at Lit News Now. If you're trying to find the creator, I pinned it 3 times, but it's at Lit News Now. Right? That's what it is, right? I got it right. Lefty. That's how I am. Lefty, left Debbie. Every time I try to type something, I type it wrong. We misspelled it a little there, but it's at Lit News Now. News Now. I'm just making sure I don't type it wrong again. Oh, see, I spelled it wrong. What is wrong with me? This is why I don't. Hold on. It's not me. It's my keyboard. I swear. I'm typing things. Can someone pin it spelled correctly? We're all like writing it. There's no 3. It's at, just like you would think it was spelled. The word lit, L-I-T, news now. At Lit News Now. That is the creator that was making this video. But again, just join the Discord. In whether you're watching on Twitch, YouTube, wherever, it's in the general chat, but I added everyone. So it's also like if you're in one of the 900 plus people in the Discord, it's also in your notifications, the link to it, so you can find it. So and then again, all of these replays are posted on YouTube. So if you ever miss anything, then you can scroll through the replay as soon as I end the live. Not currently. I mean, I'm live on YouTube and you can watch it from there. But I'm saying once the live ends, as soon as they make sure I didn't do anything horrible or violate a bunch of copyright things, it posts, and then you can reference that and find it again in case for some reason you can't find it. Yeah. So that's all the ways you can find information, but I promise it is right now. All of these links, the Politico article, which if you're wondering specifically, I'll tell you this about like Eric Prince, the billionaire, and like the CEO of former CEO of Blackwater, and like that stuff. Look at the Politico article, which is free, because if you don't have Apple, like I have access to Rolling Stone articles through Apple News, or if you're a first timer, they might let you see the article for free. But the problem with Rolling Stone is, they make you pay for their articles sometimes. So, but if you've never looked at one, you might get to see it for free. But again, at Lit News Now, this video is on TikTok. And then she made a great video. There's much more information on this if you read the articles. And then, like I said, there are primary resources, which I just saw this today, so I didn't have time to go after them and find them. Like, what I want to see is what is being referenced in the Politico article, this government proposal that this billionaire submitted. I want to find access to that and then read it. And then I'll probably have more information on this, because this is one of the most disturbing things I've ever heard. I mean, that is, hey, if we buy the land and annex the land and it's a U.S. territory, if you don't know this, there's like an autonomous zone that billionaires created. Where is it in Honduras? And they use this autonomous zone that's like, even though it's in the country of Honduras, it's outside the law, right? Basically very rich people. And that's where they do like medical procedures and all these weird things that like you can't do inside the United States. So the idea of going to a third world country and paying to annex land, that's not that foreign. Billionaires are already doing it. So that's why Eric Prince is like, yeah, billionaires are already doing this in Honduras. Why not just do it underneath the prison? And then when people say, hey, I'm an American citizen, I have the right to due process, I need to stop saying, hold on. I don't want to say that. I need to stop saying those words. It's not American citizens that have the right to due process. It's anybody who's standing on U.S. soil has the right to due process. So I need to not keep saying it wrong. Then they'll say, you are on U.S. soil. Surprise. When they drop you off in a prison to never, yes, Prospera. Thank you, Lil Azalea. I couldn't remember what what is it? It's like economic free zone in Honduras is called, where billionaires do a bunch of illegal things. Yes, it's called Prospera. Yes, look it up. I talked about that guy. The guy, how did he start? Was it Venmo? Brian Johnson, who sold Venmo, and now he's trying to like live forever, and he goes and gets like his genes spliced in Prospera. Yeah, so creating these zones within third world countries, billionaires are already doing it. So am I surprised a billionaire's like, oh, rich people are already doing this. Let's just annex land, make it American territory within El Salvador, and then when people say, oh, you can't take me out of the country, they'll just say you're in the country. I don't know what's scarier than that, because I was like, there's got to be some legal justification for this, and I went searching for it. And you know what scares me most? I think the Politico article, when I looked, I think it came out like, it's the 16th. It came out on the 12th. And I know it's like, okay, that's 4 days, but like, as someone that prides myself on like seeing these things, it's like there's so much influx of information, something so scary and so important. Like, I didn't see it until this morning. And that's scary. And if you're wondering, is there a legal justification? Oh, they can't take any U.S. citizens out of the country. I'm telling you, it's mapped out. This billionaire, Eric Prince, Eric with a K, by the way, Erik, if you're going to look him up. He's already, and like they said, he started months ago. Oh my gosh, that was the coolest. I've never seen that. And we should all go live in the woods, just like that TikTok gift. Let's all go hide in the woods together, because that's probably the only place we are safe. Thank you for the Cash App, Swish. You're awesome. Appreciate you and your beautiful brain every day. And I appreciate you. And thanks, Ave, for the $10 on Cash App. You're amazing. Appreciate you too. You're awesome. Yeah, we might have to all go disappear into the woods, because like I said, when I was presenting, if you were here on Monday, again, the replays are available on YouTube if you missed it, but I was showing that like program the Department of Homeland Security is funding, and they're using AI to just comb through social media, and anyone who's ever like dissented, at first they say, we're looking for anti-Semitic stuff. Are you kidding me? Neo-Schmazis are marching in favor of Donald Trump. They're not looking for anti-Semitic stuff. They're looking for anyone who opposes the Trump administration, and they're creating lists. I promise you, and I wish I was exaggerating. I wish I was. I wish I didn't have to show you this stuff. I wish I didn't figure out how they're going to legally justify disappearing all of us. Believe Donald Trump, in the words of Matt yesterday when we were live together, and he was screaming into his microphone over and over. Believe Donald Trump when he says build 5 more prisons and the next are the homegrowns. Believe Donald Trump. Just like it turns out, none of the people he sent, none of the brown people he sent were criminals. When he's like, it'll just be the worst of the worst. Who is Putin disappearing? The worst of the worst, or people that oppose him? Use your brains. And again, not that I would like to keep harping on facts, but MAGA, every erosion to due process It's not about being a citizen. It's not about, well, brown people who aren't citizens deserve it. No, anyone on U.S. soil has due process. If one person's due process is eroded, all of our due process is eroded. And I mean, just so you know, we barely have due process in this country. We basically live under a guilty until you prove yourself innocent situation. So our due process isn't great anyways. It's already failed many, many people. But we're basically saying, are we going to give the rest of it up? Or are we going to fight? My guess is MAGA, which, by the way, you're in the same life. You're going to drown with us. Even if you don't, while you're screaming, save me, Donald Trump, we're all going to drown together. And I thought this was interesting. So Adam Kinzinger didn't post this, but someone posted this video, which is on Adam Kinzinger's X profile. And I just want to say, I think a little bit of this is white men tend to not want to be hyperbolic because they're going to be like, oh, you're being dramatic. I actually think, Adam Kinzinger, you're delusional if this is the place you think we're at. People's due process are being violated in these, I don't know. Just listen to this and then tell me what you think.
Listen, we are in unbelievably uncharted territory here. And, we're approaching the point where, honestly, it's like we're all going to have to take to the streets or something. I don't think it's time to, general strike and everybody be on the streets yet, but I think we need to think in terms of that. What happens if truly, we find out that Donald Trump doesn't care about anything about the Constitution and there is nobody in Washington willing to hold him accountable?
I think we're there. I think that day's 3 weeks ago.
So, look, that fear you feel right now, it's real. I'm not going to sit here and tell you guys that, just don't worry about it. It's all going to be fine. What I'm trying to say now is we have to start thinking through what are the steps here. Right now, it's confronting members of the House and Senate.
Doing that for 3 weeks, what? For a month.
Of the House in these town hall meetings. And if they're not doing town hall meetings, compel them to. Don't cross the line and confront them, in a restaurant when they're eating or whatever. That actually backfires all the time, right? That's what I'm coming to realize, is that nobody is coming to save us. It is us. And so we have to decide what we're going to do.
And what you're witnessing there is the privilege of a upper middle class white male. They get to be late to the party, because they're under less threat. Do you know what I'm saying? What you are witnessing there is the societal privilege of being a white male. He's hey, you guys, I woke up and I had a thought. It's what the? But that's the privilege. And I like Adam Kinzinger. He means well. He's you guys, I just realized something's happening here. Yeah, Adam, we've all been noticing that too, for a couple months now, but thank you. Thank you for expressing your feelings. I think that's real healthy that you're getting that out there. What? Well, I do. I can't even what? But that's my point, is you're just at different places and you don't realize some people already maybe have realized that at a faster rate. Okay. And I know it's oh God, do we have to hear more about us losing due process? Just a few things, because I just feel it's my job to say this. That's how I feel. If I don't record this stuff, at least I know when I've been disappeared, it's somewhere living on the internet, even if only on the Wayback Machine for all time. And I love Maxwell Frost.
We're focused on ensuring that the law is followed and that every person in this country have due process. The Constitution is for every person in this country, and he deserves the due process like everybody else. The Supreme Court has ruled on this, and it needs to be brought home. The other reason why people should care about this, whether you're undocumented, whether you're not undocumented, everyone should care about this, is because the administration is essentially saying we can deport anybody. We can send anybody, whether you're a citizen or not, overseas. And once it's litigated, if the court tells us to bring you back, whether you're a citizen or not, we can just chalk it up to saying it's foreign policy, and the court has no business in foreign policy. This is about him, but it's our entire country. It's about the rights of every single American, every single human in this country. That's why we have to make a big deal about this right now. That's why we have to go there right now. This is about every single one of my constituents, no matter what their legal status is. And so we have to focus on this. We have to ensure that the Constitution is being followed, that the rule of law is being followed, because right now, today it's Mr. Garcia, tomorrow it can be any one of us.
Congressman.
So they've been plotting this. Yeah, Eric Prince, just know he submitted that plan months ago. That billionaire, yeehaw, thank you for the hat. That's like, oh, here's how we can get out of being in trouble for just taking people who are on U.S. soil who have the right to due process out of the country. Yeah, this happened months ago. Yeah, they have been very much planning this. And that's why I went looking for it. It was like when I heard Trump saying, what I've realized is once Trump starts muttering things, it's because he's already like, it's not that Trump has the brain. It's just someone explained to him like, oh, don't worry, we have a way we can do this for you. And that's why I found that stuff, because I went looking for it. And then I realized, oh, that article came out 4 days ago. And somehow we're so focused on Trump acting a fool that I didn't notice it. It's scary. I mean, that is how they're going to do it. That's the legal justification of how we're going to be all taken to camps. And facts still matter. Steve showed me this first, and I just want to, and then Bernie Sanders was posting about it, and then I saw Becca Balint talking about it, and I want to just call attention, like, I could spend all day talking about these cases of people who have been disappeared. Well, the Gestapo has been in Vermont recently. And this is, well, Becca Balint, who, if you don't know, is a representative of Vermont, as is Bernie Sanders, a senator. This gentleman who it's like Moshe Madawi, he contacted his reps in the House. He contacted both Vermont senators and said, hey, I'm being randomly called into this immigration hearing. They're telling me it's to get citizenship, but I don't believe it. I think something bad's going to happen to me. Like, I need help. Please help me. Like, please no. And this was Bernie Sanders' statement. Earlier today, Moshe Madawi of White River Junction, Vermont, walked into an immigration office for what was supposed to be, well, what they told him. And just know, though, he was suspicious, and he contacted everyone, was like, hey, I'm really worried. They're telling me I have to come in. I don't feel safe. Yeah, and he's been disappeared. What was supposed to be the final step in his citizenship process, instead he was arrested and removed in handcuffs by plainclothes armed individuals with their faces covered. These individuals refused to provide any information as to where he was being taken or what would happen to him. This is immoral, inhumane, and illegal. Mr. Madawi, a legal resident of the legal. Can you understand the word legal? That will mean nothing soon, so say it while you can. A legal resident of the United States must be afforded due process under the law and immediately released from detention. Yeah, why are your faces covered? Anyway, so then that was Bernie Sanders' statement, and then Becca Balint was on Democracy Now! This morning, so like 8:30 this morning, like 5 my time, and I saw it. Watch this. First of all, look how lovely this person looks. Just saying.
He reached out to all three of you, to Senators Welch and Sanders and you, before saying, I'm being told to come in for this test. I'm worried this is a trap.
Yeah. And so, what I want people to understand is you have a situation, as you said, he has been a green card holder for 10 years. Mr. Madawi has been accused.
Green card for 10 years. That is a legal permanent resident.
Accused of no crime. Okay, this is critically important for people to understand. He's been accused of no crime, went in for his final citizenship interview. It seems like this was possibly a ruse to get him to show up, then arrested upon his arrival. And again, I want people to understand these were masked, hooded men in plain clothes with an unmarked van handcuffing him. This is not the America I think many of us thought we lived in. And he was not afforded the ability to speak to his attorney right away. He was not afforded due process, the court of law. He's being attacked because of free speech. This should terrify every single person living in this country, regardless of your citizenship status. They are coming for people because of their beliefs and what they may have said. And, you know, I'm so enraged by this also because of who Mr. Mahdawi is. He has said in the past that the fight for freedom of Palestine and the fight against anti-Semitism go hand in hand, because injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. He is not someone who is a threat to our supposed international foreign policy interests. And it's critically important that we do not allow Secretary Rubio to make these claims without providing proof, evidence to Congress. He is required to provide certification of his personal determination about Mahdawi's threat to our country to Congress. That has not happened. And it is clear that he is abusing his position as Secretary of State. And I will.
Can you, I don't even know what to say. So I don't know what to say except, hey, if you think, and again, maybe I should play the video again for Monday. If you're here and you're like, oh, I don't understand. How are they finding these people? Why these people? Again, they're using AI, computer programs, and teams of people to comb through everyone in America's social media. This is the Gestapo. This is 1930s Germany again. And if you have opinions that they don't like, you go on lists. And right now, those lists are affecting, you know, legal permanent residents. This person is here legally. There's no reason for them to be removed other than, here, let me find the video. I think it's worth just finding it really quick because I just want to make the connection of why, how, or maybe how and why, maybe is correct. How and why this is happening to people. Oh, wait. If it's going to be hard. Oh, no, I found it. Okay. I was like, if I'm going to have to work too hard, then forget it. But here it is.
There's a new task force that's been just recently stood up with inside DHS. And what they're doing is they're going through all of the social media of the foreign students in the United States. And there's over 1.5 million who are on foreign student visas at this moment to be able to scrub social media for anyone who might be a U.S. bound traveler or immigrant to see if they might have a terror tie. It was supposed to be specifically screening for any kind of national security threat. But now they're using those same tools to look through and see if they may have posted anything that they might deem anti-Semitic. So as we understand it, this team gets together.
You know, neo-schmazis get rug free, but let's get the random brown people who are preaching peace.
They review everything with this software. They then would flag it to USCIS, take it to the State Department. I know this is all very bureaucratic, but then they tell ICE that the visa has been revoked and they go and arrest that person. The reason that bureaucratic process matters is that I'm hearing from sources that previously a lot of this investigative work would have been done in the field. And so that more than 30 ICE field offices and HSI, Homeland Security Investigation field offices, would be able to do the work themselves. If they had a problem with someone in their community, they could do that. The people on the ground making these arrests would know why someone's visa had been revoked, would know know why they were making this arrest. Now they're feeling like these are decisions being made in an ivory tower, and the men on the ground who we've seen arresting students may not actually have the answers about why this is being done. And so there's some concern there from the people who are having to execute these arrests that they're not getting all of the information. One more thing I'll say, Willie, is that there's a man now who's the chief of staff of ICE, John Feary. And if you look back at what he wrote for the Center for Immigration Studies before he came into this job, there were dozens of posts really that talked about problems with the student exchange visitor program and how he really wanted to look at issues of fraud in that program. And so this seems to be a continuation of really that bugaboo for him to try to focus specifically on foreign students, Willie.
Now I want you to think about, which by the way, I just sent like all of that stuff. I just forced you to watch about how they're going to disappear us all to El Salvadorian prisons. And I just sent it to Matt and he watched it and read the articles and he's like, oh my God. I was like, yep, this is how we all disappear. But I think the point is I want you to think about this, not just this though, but how many, like we know, right? This guy was dragged out of the IRS because he tried to prevent them from accessing immigrants' ITIN numbers through the IRS. Now they know where all those undocumented immigrants are. We know Elon Musk has broken into every federal agency and stolen data. So there's nothing about any of us. We call it micro. There's nothing about any of our data that is not known, right? It's just a matter of time. And I wish I was exaggerating, but I promise you, you are on a list. You are a category. If you've expressed views or voted against Trump, anything, it's just a matter of time, right? First, it's the brown people, then it's whoever, and then at some point you'll be up next. So my advice to everyone is either we take a stand now or you just wait for your turn in line. Period. Yes, Tammy, there is a whistleblower about Doge, and we spent about 25 minutes talking about it. So yes, there is. And we did cover it. That is correct. There is a giant Doge whistleblower. Wait, hold on. Sorry. I'm just trying to remember. Trump's 15. I'm just trying. Did I play? Oh, no. God, I was like, wait a minute. Now I don't recognize. I forgot. I went to I went to Monday's presentation. I was like, I don't recognize this. What's happening? Oh, actually, I think we need a light moment since we're all envisioning ourselves disappeared with no due process. And now we can clearly see the legal justification for how it's going to happen. I do want to show, let's just take a moment and hear something a little, again, it's not good. It's not great news. We don't have any great news nowadays. We just have little bits of entertaining things that happen.
In Silicon Valley, in the Northern California towns of Palo Alto and Menlo Park and Redwood City.
Don't know. That's where the people in the tech industry, like Menlo Park, or where if you're in the tech industry and you live in Menlo Park, that's where like the poorest person's house is like $5 million.
There is something going on with the crosswalks. And not like the part of the street that's blocked off where you walk across in the crosswalk, but actually at the pole on the corner. When you want to cross with the light, you get to the crosswalk, you push the button on the pole to tell the system that you want to cross. Northern California is one of the places where when you push that button, an automated voice usually activates, right? Telling you to wait until it is safe to walk. But in these at least 3 Silicon Valley towns as of this weekend, this is what started happening when you hit the crosswalk button. Instead of the normal automated voice telling you to wait until it was safe to walk, instead this other thing now happens. And I want to tell you before you hear this, this is not the real voice of Elon Musk.
Wait. Hi, this is Elon Musk. Welcome to Palo Alto, the home of Tesla engineering. They say money can't buy happiness, and yeah, okay. I guess that's true. God knows I've tried, but it can buy a Cybertruck, and that's pretty sick, right? Right? I'm so alone.
Says at the end there, F word, I'm so alone. That is obviously not the real voice.
Understand, this is where the richest of the rich, like engineers are. Palo Alto is where it's Silicon Valley. These are home of engineers who can do these things with 5 minutes on a coffee break. Like, I've explained this before, but like around there is Mountain View. That's the home of Google. Palo Alto, these are where the largest concentration of very intelligent computer engineers in the country reside. And like, what people don't know, because I worked at a very huge social media company pre and post IPO, is they have something called like 80-20 time, right? Because engineers, it's very hard to get US born engineers to do anything you want. So what they say at like huge tech companies, like, hey, brilliant engineer, come over here. We'll pay you like high-end six figures. And if you promise 80% of the time you'll work on what we want you to, then 20% of the time you could do whatever you want with our technology. And this is an example of whatever you want. They call them hackathons. Like, this is the exact type of stuff the engineers in Silicon Valley do in their spare time.
Of Elon Musk, it appears to be an AI-generated audio clone of Elon Musk's voice. People have apparently somehow hacked into the crosswalk systems in this handful of towns in Silicon Valley, so that in these towns, when you push the crosswalk button, you get a message like that one, or one like this.
Hi, I'm Eli. Can we be friends? Will you be my friend? I'll give you a Cybertruck, I promise. Okay, look, you don't know the level of depravity I would stoop to just for a crumb of approval. I mean, let's be real. It's not like I had any moral convictions to begin with, right?
Again, that is not Elon Musk's actual voice. Somebody has apparently used AI to make these fake messages that sound like Elon Musk's voice in Silicon Valley.
Isn't that awesome? But yeah, like, you'd have to just work in the tech industry to understand like the brilliant minds. Like, they probably were just like, hey, I'm going to just give up this 15-minute bathroom break and do this. Like, this reeks of engineers in Silicon Valley. And they could do much worse than, they could shut the government down if they wanted to, but like, this is their type of humor. Like, they're just like, hey, when I walk across the street, I'll just hear this. Like, they did this stuff all the time. Like, one time at my company I worked at, which I legally can't say which one, like, just the lights wouldn't turn on. And it was the engineers. All sort. I could go on and on of things they did, and they just think they're hilarious. Which they are hilarious. But like, so yeah, people are like, oh, why would that happen there? Oh, in Silicon Valley? Yeah, probably like 2 people were bored one day for an hour, and that happened. See, I told you I'd cheer you up. I mean, I don't know how much we can really cheer up. I do want to play these clips. I'm trying to think of what order. Well, I'm going to start. Actually, okay, I don't know if you've seen these clips, but Chuck Grassley, who came to the Senate on a covered wagon in like 1899, and it's never left. I think he's like, I don't know, he's like 90,000 years old. Is he 90 something? I think he's like, I don't know how old Chuck Grassley is. He's a senator from Iowa that won't get out at this point, and it's absolutely ridiculous. And he had a town hall, before, and I showed you guys some clips, which he has these like small little town halls, which seem very orchestrated, of like people like, it's really small rooms. It's actually like claustrophobic. But if you would have told me the day when I would hear people from Iowa like defending Kilmar Abrego Garcia, like, and I'm talking about like geriatric citizens of Iowa who are like, bring that brown guy back from El Salvador. Like, we heard there's a brown guy in El Salvador and we want him back. And I'm like, even random people who like, they care. Hold on, let me show you. Like, I have like 3 different videos of this, but I was like, it's happening. Like, Chuck Grassley, like, his last town hall was like him gathering a bunch of his friends, and like, these people were like, yeah, what about that brown guy? Let's bring him back. Oh, he's 90. Chuck Grassley is 91. There you go. Now we know.
Excuse me, Senator Grassley, on that same subject. The Constitution, the framers of the Constitution, said that every person, not citizen, every person within the jurisdiction of the United States has due process. That has been violated. That has been violated by all of the administration, and we would like to know what you, as the people, the Congress, who are supposed to rein in this dictator, what are you going to do about it? These people have been sentenced to life imprisonment in a foreign country with no due process. Our government cannot do anything. Why won't you do your job, Senator?
Get it, why? Obey the Supreme Court. Trump's not obeying the Supreme Court.
I love that. It's like, oh my God, I could watch like these people yell at each other. But I do find if someone's like, how did Democrats get? These aren't Democrats. I don't think. He doesn't let Democrats in his town halls. Like, I would say these are probably his friends. Like, Chuck Grassley. If anyone controls who he's there around, it's Chuck Grassley. Hold on. Let me show you. Because this clip is not near the other. I got to go back and find the other ones really quick. Because people, I mean, it's not to say I'm entertained by people yelling at Chuck Grassley, but of course I am. And Chuck Grassley just like, I don't want, not me, I don't do anything. Chuck Grassley needs to go.
The Supreme Court said to bring him back.
Judges are, and the president is upholding the Constitution. He's defined the Constitution. You're on the Judiciary Committee.
Trump don't care. If I get an order to pay a ticket for $1,200 and I just say no, does that stand up? Because he's got an order from the Supreme Court and he's just said no. Yeah.
Understand what these old people are screaming at the oldest person on earth? They're screaming, hey, if I get a court order that says I have to pay $1,200, should I just not pay it? Because Donald Trump has a court order to return that brown guy from El Salvador, and he's not doing it. That's what these people are screaming at him. And Chuck Grassley, like, watch his reaction time. Like, I don't even know. It's like, it takes him like seconds to realize where he is and like that people are talking to him, which I find, it's like, he's like wandering forward into the crowd. I don't know. Bless Chuck Grassley is not doing well.
Screw it.
I'll be able to answer your question.
You ignored my letter.
But yelled, you ignored my letter. I could listen to this all day.
I'll be able to answer your question.
You ignored my letter.
Guatemala is or El Salvador is an independent country. The president.
What he's saying is El Salvador is an independent country. But notice, if they're going to ship American citizens, they're going to have to change that and put us, you know, it will be on U.S. soil, which would no longer be a good argument. But he's saying El Salvador is an independent country. I'm really old and I can't do anything.
Please, we can't hear you.
The president of that country is not subject to our U.S. Supreme Court.
I'm pissed.
If we're paying him to keep him down there, we don't have to pay him.
I'm pissed. I love this. I'm pissed. These people, white old people in Iowa are like, bring back that brown boy. I'm here for it. And Brian Baez, who I love, and I know everyone, I always show this before because I know people want to know. It's at Mentally Divine, and just like it's spelled, and this is his name on TikTok too. So if you want to find Brian Baez, his name is at Mentally Divine. But he made a video about Chuck Grassley's town hall, which is hilarious.
Never in a million years would I have ever thought that in Republican-ass Iowa, I would have heard something like this.
You're going to bring that guy back from El Salvador? Supreme Court said to bring him back. Trump don't care. Because he's got an order from the Supreme Court and he just said no. The next subject here.
Excuse me, Senator. Excuse me on that.
Then he tried to change the subject without answering the question, and then...
Senator, excuse me on that same subject. Hey, excuse me, Senator Grassley, on that same subject. The Constitution, the framers of the Constitution said that every person, not citizen, every person within the jurisdiction of the United States has due process. And we would like to know what you, as the people, the Congress, who are supposed to rein in this dictator, what are you going to do about it? These people have been sentenced to life imprisonment in a foreign country with no due process. Our government cannot do anything. Why won't you do your job, Senator?
Yes. Why obey the Supreme Court? Trump's not obeying the Supreme Court. He just ignores them. Yeah, screw it.
Never in a million years would I have.
Yeah, screw it. I start attending Iowa town halls because I need to be there. I need to be there so I can yell things like that too. But let me tell you the difference that, here's the thing. Their line of logic is correct. And if any American citizen can defy a court order, then all American citizens can defy a court order, right? Yeah, that sounds logic, like if we weren't in fascism. But what happens in an oligarchy, and especially authoritarian fascist oligarchies, is if you have money, the law doesn't apply to you. So that's where these people are going wrong. If you have money, if you have money, you can pay for a pardon. If you have money, you can make investigations go away. If you have money, Donald Trump values you. If you have $5 million, you can sit with Donald Trump on the patio of Mar-a-Lago. If you have $5 million, you can immigrate to the U.S. Money gets you recognized as a human being in oligarchy. The rest of us have zero power. That's you, MAGA. Let me help you. Well, you're like, President Trump loves me. I voted for him. Nope. He doesn't give an F about you. You're literally drowning in the same life raft as the rest of us while convincing yourself in cognitive dissonance that you are special. You are not special. As a matter of fact, you are exceptionally stupid. Truly. I mean, that's the place you're at. You're in the same life raft that's sinking underwater with the rest of us, swearing to yourself that Donald Trump is coming to save you. That's what you're doing. Don't worry, guys. Trump's coming for me while our heads all slip underwater and we're all about to drown. Any second now, Trump's coming to save me. I'm sure he is. Any minute now, he's coming for you. Just keep it up. Just keep it up. Keep voting against your own best interests, and I'm sure he's coming for you any second. There was another, or we're all going to drown together while you swear that Donald Trump loves you. It's one or the other. I don't know if you guys also heard about this town, Brian Mast in Florida, who's in a huge Trump district, where he had a town hall and people were pissed.
President of Florida since 1987. So, Brian Mast, where do I begin? I have so much to unpack with you, I don't have the time. So first, let me start with hands off our Social Security, hands off our Medicare and Medicaid, hands off the veterans. You are a veteran. Think a little more, okay? As for the lies being spewed about the Republicans and the MAGA saying that these are paid people to be here, tell me, who's paid to be here? Anybody? Okay? Stop that. All right. I'm a registered Republican and I voted for you.
Thank you.
Okay? And now it's just, I want to know why should you be ashamed of yourself and stand there with what are morally right for us? You are here for us and you are not fighting for us. It is showing in D.C. Congress is not doing what we need them to do. No, it's obvious.
Nothing specific?
No. I want to, excuse me?
Listen, someone said it's Palm Beach County. Brian Mast district. Honestly, I don't know the exact districts of Brian Mast district, but I think this town hall was in Jupiter, Florida, Jupiter, Florida is on the rich side. I don't know where Martin County is, but Like, my guess is his district is not just Palm Beach, right? Just because this place is in Jupiter doesn't, or I think what I'm saying is, I think the town hall was in Jupiter. But that doesn't mean, it doesn't mean that that's his only part of his district.
Our Medicaid, our Medicare, our Social Security, you're letting people who aren't even sworn into the government go in and wreak havoc on things. She can't even get an appointment to go because she just lost her husband, and you people are making it that difficult for her.
A registered Republican. When I say the middle of the country, no, like Trump, that's why I spent 7 minutes, because no one believes me. I'm just a woman with a tiny brain. Actually, my brain is bigger. If we added all of MAGA's male brains together, my brain is bigger. But that's why I spent 7 minutes showing you polling from CNN that says the middle of the country hates Donald Trump. This is exactly what I'm talking about. These are registered Republicans who are like, what the F are you doing? It's no bueno. And I have some other clips, but they're sort of hard to, I mean, this man was booed over and over at like the booing was like extreme. It was just every time he spoke, people were like, boo.
On U.S. dairy going to the town. So these are all very specific examples.
That's not a godly thing to say in a church.
Oh yeah, and this was at a church, by the way.
We're going to get to
such a potty mouth in a church
for the United States.
These people were pissed. He's telling the town hall audience that he loves Doge. He tried to be like, "Oh, Doge is good." They were not having that. They were pissed.
To go to the waste, fraud, and abuse that exists inside of Social Security.
Boo! Liar!
Doge, love Doge.
I don't think the Republic, like, if you don't know where Jupiter, Florida, this is a very Republican area. If they're stoning you inside a church, you might be in trouble. I mean, if you don't know where Jupiter, Florida is, people have disposable income, and yeah, this is not good for Trump. I could listen to this. Brian Mass, yeehaw, thank you for the hat. Brian Mass, after a constituent mentioned increased hold times at Doge impacted, because of Doge impacted Social Security. And his quote is, if you don't like, because I'm telling you what he says because it's hard to hear. If you don't like that, you have to wait more than one ring on the phone, call my office. One ring on the phone. Prior to Trump being in office, to help my dad, I waited 6 hours on the phone for Social Security once. 6 hours. I'm not joking around. 6 hours to get someone to answer the phone at Social Security. And that was before Donald Trump dismantled and fired everyone. 6 hours. That was what our system was, quote unquote, working. And and he says, if you don't like that, you have to wait more than one ring on the phone. Call my office. Like, this guy, Brian Mass, needs to go. Like,
if you don't like that you have to wait more than one ring on the phone for the IRS or the Social Security, whoever it is that you need to reach out to, whoever it might be, call my office and we will get them on the phone for you. We will say, what time would you like to speak to them? What day is convenient for you? Okay, you want to speak to them this day, this time?
I cannot believe being gaslit by your own. This is who you guys elected. Also, just keep that in mind. You guys voted for this weirdo. Cognitive. Exactly. I swear on my life, prior to Trump, 6 hours on the phone multiple times. Same with when I was dying in the hospital and I had to contact like Social Security for my own purposes because they made me. Like, Social Security did not work prior to Trump. Now it is broken absolutely beyond repair. Like, and for this guy, and I don't remember who Brian Mast is. I don't want to say it because I need to look back at the Unusual Whales report. But if I remember correctly, he has a lot of money or comes from money. And yeehaw, thank you for the hat. I appreciate it. And I'm so tired of people. Yeah, you don't know that, Brian. You and your family probably will never have to call that line. Like, so why would you know? You're gross. Absolutely. Yeehaw. Thank you for the hat. Okay. Here he goes again. Brian Mast was jeered for citing European auto import stats and complaining how a Chevy Tahoe cost $100K in Norway after a constituent said he lost 20% of his net worth during Trump's on-again, off-again tariff announcements and asked if Congress could rein him in. And again, I've explained this many times, but Chevy Tahoes aren't expensive in Norway because of a trade deficit. Nothing Donald Trump has ever done will help Chevy Tahoes cost less in Norway. It has to do with the value of the US dollar, the cost of labor, the cost of parts, the cost of manufacturing. It has nothing to do with what he's saying. Nothing Trump is doing is going to help a Chevy Tahoe cost less in Norway. But that's what Brian Mast brings up to gaslight someone. Lost their retirement.
A little bit louder, sir. I couldn't quite hear you. Thank you. So I want to talk a little bit about the economy and get your take on this. As a retiree, I just saw 20% of my net worth fall as a result of tariff on, tariff off, tariff on again, tariff off. I'm having a hard time struggling with that and knowing what the end game is. There's a lot of movement that we know that the stocks go up and down. That's fine. We can deal with that. But these huge takes on things are driving all of us crazy. All of the experts are still struggling with knowing where is this going. We know that tariffs generally bring more costs to us, not to the countries. So please, can Congress do something to the volatility?
Begging for his financial future and the ability to retire. This man is begging, hey, can you rein in the insane guy that's putting all of our financial futures at risk?
Stand up to Trump.
You want free trade, right? Thank you. You want free trade.
We have free trade. Only someone who doesn't understand economics would say that.
So, to give you specifics on why tariffs are going in the way that they are, I can give you specifics in agriculture, I can give you specifics in manufacturing. In the last year, the United States of America imported roughly 800,000 vehicles from the EU. EU imported roughly 150,000 automobiles from the United States of America. That's a trade imbalance, and that's a direct result of what they do with tariffs. Give you one.
No, that's idiotic. Brian Mast is an idiot. I just want to be clear. I don't know who he is, but based on that statement, he's an idiot. So tell me without telling me you don't understand basic economics or trade deficits. And if you wouldn't be saying that if you did, or, oh, wait, there's another option, or he's a pathological liar who supports Donald Trump at all costs, or it could be a combination of both of those things. Those are the literal options. There's nothing else.
To give you one specific example, if you took a Tahoe at the most basic sticker price in the United States of America, Tahoe $59,000, Norway $100,000.
Let me help you, Brian, idiot Mast. Do you understand the value of the US dollar? Yes, the euro is number 2, but it's still the US dollar, especially what you're referring to, is still higher. Then the cost of labor is high, the cost of parts are high. And let me help you. When you put a US Tahoe into a goddamn shipping container and move it across the Atlantic Ocean, how much do you think that costs, Brian Mast? How many giant unnecessarily sized Suburbans do you think fit in a shipping container that goes across the country, Brian Math, or across the ocean? How many do you think fit at once? What do you think it costs to move a giant vehicle, which the average European vehicle, there are 4 of them inside of a Tahoe. How much do you think it costs to put one Tahoe on European soil? How much? Use your brain. They cost like $65,000 here. Do you understand what a shipping container costs across the country? Yes, and then thank you, environmental regulations. You can't just poison the air other places. There's many reasons, there's many taxes associated that we don't have because you can poison Americans in America. It's absolutely absurd to say that that doesn't make perfect sense. The math is absolutely mathing. You just can't do it. Or, like I said, you're a pathological lying sycophant. You could choose whichever one it is. Representative Brian Mast was booed loudly at his town hall after implying FEMA might be shuttered because they spent money on migrant hotels. God, he covered all the bases.
As it relates to FEMA, it's a good opportunity to talk about FEMA and changes in FEMA and why changes in FEMA. Why will FEMA not look like what it's looked like in the past and probably not fall under the heading of FEMA any further? Because they were burning up your money. Let's give some specific examples of where FEMA was burning up your money. FEMA, who is meant to help you when there's a tornado or a hurricane or a flood or something as an American citizen, it's meant to help you. FEMA spent $101.5 billion on illegal immigrants, giving them money back.
Oh my God!
Cannot get enough of angry Republicans in the deepest of red areas screaming bullshit. Oh no, that's a lie. And by the way, do you want to know? Because Fax and I did a live a long time ago, one of the first lives we did, when we were doing Fax and Felice Mondays, and we were basically showing how, people on the far right or conservatives think that they came up with ideas, but they're actually Russian propaganda. Yeah, the FEMA lie, this is Russian propaganda. And no conservatives know that. They repeat it and they're like, I made this up in my own head. No, that is actual 100% Russian propaganda. That's how well and effective Russian propaganda has taken over the right, not the far right, just the entire right of our country. They believe they have these ideas on their own. That is 100% Russian propaganda that you are hearing. 100%. And they're like, I came up with this idea on my own. No, you didn't. And think about it. And people keep saying, oh, we're not involved in a war with Russia. Yes, the F we are. It's a cyber war. It's a war for the minds of American people, and we have lost. And the best part is the people that don't know that they are victims of the war are now the people that defend Putin the loudest. Do you see the irony? You are literally a casualty of war, and you're not smart enough to figure it out. And the more we try to tell you, the more you listen to Russian propaganda and don't believe us. So I don't what is the remedy for that type of idiocy? I don't know. I think it's learning to read. I think it's learning to read, embracing reading. Keep tapping the screen. We are almost to 700K. Oh my God. I don't know if I have it in me to do this. Sorry. I'm thinking about all the things in my, just give me 1 second. Presentation just closed. Oh, I do want to show this video because I love Wired, and they did. I don't protest like I used to, but I do think now that we're all going to have to become professional protesters, I do think this is a helpful video.
Here are a few simple and effective ways to protect yourself and your personal information at a protest. First, if you can, leave your phone at home. I know this might sound drastic, but the most effective way to ensure that your personal data isn't compromised and that your phone won't fall in the hands of law enforcement is by not having it with you. If that's not an option, you can put your phone in a Faraday bag so data can't be accessed. You should also turn off biometrics on your phone, like facial recognition or fingerprint scanner, meaning you'll need a code to access it. That way your face or fingerprints can't be forcefully used to access your personal information. You can always say you just don't remember the code to unlock it. Another thing to keep in mind is posting on social media.
That's what Eric Adams did.
Jay Stanley, a senior policy analyst at the ACLU, says if you post something online, you should do so under the assumption that it might be viewed by law enforcement. You should always check your sharing settings and make sure you know what posts are public. Try to minimize the amount of other people's faces you capture in your photos or videos. Use end-to-end encrypted messaging services like Signal when possible. Wear a mask in case photos or videos are taken. And finally, know your personal risks. Is your immigration status exposing you to additional dangers? Are you part of a minority group that is more likely to be targeted by law enforcement? Keep these things in mind for yourself and your loved ones when deciding if you should go out to a protest. For more information about
Actually, don't. This is pretty basic information. No, I think the best thing is do not bring your phone to a protest. But like, if you need a device, like what you need is like, I'm not saying I get it. People need phones, just not the phone with your data on it. Right? Like you can get very cheap, like, I don't know, get an iPhone 12 that costs like no money now and take that to a protest. You can still be online. You can record things. You can do things, but it's not going, if you are detained, it won't have your personal information. And the most important thing, which he doesn't even say, make sure you have whatever number you need written on your arm or committed to memory, your lawyer's number, your like whoever you're going to need to contact if you're detained. Make sure you have that number written on your person because you're not going to have access to it otherwise. And definitely don't have facial recognition on your phone. Like if your phone can be opened by a fingerprint or facial recognition, they will make you use it. They will hold it in front of your face. But again, I suggest just having a phone that is not linked to your iCloud. Or unlink it, delete, like reset your phone, go to the protest, and then link it back. But if your social media apps, if they can get into your social media apps from your phone, that's a bad thing because then that's what they're doing to people who are entering the country. They're copying their social media to be used against them later. So yeah, I know it's like, okay, well, I need a phone. You need a phone that doesn't link back to your social media in some way. I mean, so I don't know, but definitely make sure you will not have your phone, like whatever phone numbers you need if you're detained, make sure they're written somewhere on your person. I mean that from personal experience. Okay, crap. My dad is back from the doctor. Okay, I need to end the live because my dad's home. And just so you know, by the way, my dad is going to be okay. It's not his legs were swelling, but apparently he is going to be okay. So I appreciate everyone at the beginning of the live who's concerned for me. I was very worried that maybe his kidneys were not doing so well, but apparently I'm getting word that he is okay, but he is coming back home right now. So I need to. It's only 7. I can't believe I've been live 5 hours. I don't know how this happens. It's like I lose myself in this stuff and just time flies. I love hanging out with you guys. Thanks for having me. But most importantly, what time is it? Okay, so it's 4:45 Pacific time or Pacific Daylight Time, Mountain Standard Time, because we don't have daylight savings in Arizona. This time next week, we'll be live. Steve and I will be live for 45 minutes. So I just want to make sure everyone remembers 1 week from today, starting at 4 p.m. Pacific or 7 p.m. Eastern. Facts still matter. Steve, USMC Angry Veteran, Matt, and I are going to be doing a live and like screaming about the erosion of democracy and the constitutional crisis because yeah, like we're out of time. Either we scream and make a difference or there's nothing else we can do. So I'll update you guys on that. I'll have like artwork and the time put together and I'll put it in the Discord, but just mark that on your calendar 1 week from today because I'll never forgive myself if I don't is Facts live? Oh, yeah, it's Wednesday. He's debating. Oh, my God. I would have ended the live earlier. I totally forgot. Yes, let's read facts and tell him I said hi. And tell him this time next week we'll all be live together. I'm so sorry. I completely forgot I did know that yesterday. It's just my brain. Okay, yes, let's read facts. Tell him I said hi. Have a great night. And I shall see you guys tomorrow at